That's woodlandwindows.com, or stop by our showroom at the corner of Lake and Geary in Roselle.
News, opinion, insight. This is AM 560, The Answer. WIND, Chicago. Streaming at 560theanswer.com on the AM 560 mobile app, or tell your smart speaker to play The Answer.
They're in mourning in New York City. I'm Dave Anthony, Fox News.
In total, we have 5 victims shot, our officer and 4 other innocent civilians, plus the shooter.
Police Commissioner Jessica Tisch. After that shooter walked into a building on Park Avenue in Midtown Manhattan with a rifle, then opened fire in the lobby, killing that off-duty officer working security and hitting others.
Goes up to the 33rd floor, which is route and management, and begins to walk the floor, firing rounds as he traveled. 1 person was struck and killed on that floor. He then proceeds down a hallway and shoots himself in the chest.
A woman who works for the NFL, which has offices in the building, was seriously injured. As for the gunman, he was a 27-year-old who drove to New York from Las Vegas. Police say he has a history of mental health issues. There was also a shooting outside a casino in Reno, Nevada. 3 people were killed. Sparks Police Chief Chris Crawford says 3 were wounded.
At this time, we have no reason to believe there is a connection between any of the victims and the suspect, and we have no known motive by the suspect.
The suspect fleeing before a shootout with Reno police. Officials say he was taken into custody and transported to a hospital where he remains in critical condition.
That's Fox's Kristen Goodwin. President Trump is in Scotland opening up a new golf course, and he said moments ago,
I look forward to playing it today. We'll play it very quickly, and then I go back to D.C., and we put out fires all over the world. We did one yesterday. As you know, we stopped a war.
Referencing the Thailand-Cambodia conflict, at least 22 people are dead in Ukraine after new Russian attacks there.
Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky said the deaths came just one day after feeling what he called a sense of hope that the killings might stop. One Russian airstrike on a prison in southeastern Ukraine killed at least 17 inmates and injured more than 80 others. Yesterday, President Trump said he was giving Russian leader Vladimir Putin less than 2 weeks to stop the killing.
That's Fox's Jonathan Savage. America's listening to Fox News.
Connect to Fox News Audio on the Fox News app. Listen to hear your favorite hosts like Brian Kilmeade, Jimmy Fallon, and Guy Benson standing up for what's right, live and via podcast. Just click listen, then swipe right and hear the latest news updates on your time. And scroll down to hear the latest podcasts from Fox News. And it's even easier to listen in the car with Apple CarPlay and Android Auto. Get programming alerts and notifications. Fox News Audio is on the Fox News app. The voices America trusts. Download it now.
It's time to take the quiz.
It's 5 questions in less than 5 minutes. We asked people on the streets of New York City to play along. Let's see how you do.
What is the name of the coffee shop in the sitcom Friends?
Mel's Diner.
Central Perk. The answer? Central Perk. Either way, you can always try again tomorrow. Take the quiz every day at thequiz.fox, then come back here to see how you did.
And thank you for taking the quiz.
The illegal immigration raids and President Trump's much-protested deportation push have rounded up criminal aliens, and in the Houston, Texas area, more than 200 child sex offenders.
Acting ICE Director Todd Lyons says there's a long way to go to get the crisis under control, but that 214 illegal immigrants who've either been convicted or charged with sex crimes against children have been arrested in and around Houston, many of whom have previously been deported multiple times.
That should just show the American public that we are out there going after the worst of the worst. And this is what Americans want. This is what Americans voted for.
The large number of arrests topping ICE arrests in the Houston area during all of last year, for which Lyons also credits cooperation with local law enforcement agencies in Texas. Jeff Manasso, Fox News.
A Delta Airlines pilot, now suspended, is also facing child sex abuse-related charges after being arrested over the weekend on a plane when a flight landed in San Francisco. A Major League Baseball player has been sidelined, but not by injury.
Cleveland Guardians closer Emmanuel Clase has been placed on non-disciplinary paid leave through August as part of a sports betting investigation. Clase joins teammate Luis Ortiz in the inquiry. Clase is a 3-time All-Star, 2-time winner of the Mariano Rivera Award as the American League's best reliever. The investigation started after an alert from IC360, a firm that monitors betting markets. It's unclear exactly how Clase is tied to it. I'm Tim McMaster, Fox News.
A Baseball Hall of Famer has died. Ryne Sandberg, a Chicago Cubs legend who was a 10-time All-Star second baseman and the 1984 National League Most Valuable Player. Sandberg was 66. He'd been battling cancer. On Wall Street, stock futures are rising the day after the Dow dropped 64 points, but the Nasdaq gained 70, closing up at a new record. The S&P 500 also hit a new all-time high. I'm Dave Anthony. This is Fox News.
I think one of the things that patients don't realize is that when they get a joint replacement, that's not a lifetime treatment option. And they're probably, if they are a younger patient, signing up for multiple surgeries down the road.
As a physician and medical director for QC Kinetics, Dr. Caravelli's seen a pattern of trending joint pain. Prolonged medication, steroids, then surgery, possibly another surgery.
So a lot of our patients are trying to avoid or put off surgery, and this is the treatment that can help them do that.
QC Kinetics extracts your body's healing substances, concentrates them back into your aching joints to help heal and restore those areas, providing lasting relief.
Oh, I love being able to tell my patients, before we do this surgery, let's try another option. Let's see if this is right for you, because now they might not have to have surgery at all.
Call today for your free consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 312-809-5955. That's 312-809-5955. 312-809-5955.
Jenny McGuire is the fresh, bold, unapologetic voice of common sense, constitutional values, and conservative principles. With her sharp wit, she'll tackle the issues that matter most: faith, family, and freedom. Join her and featured guests each week on the Unsafe Space radio show, heard Saturday evening at 7 right here on AM 560 The Answer. And follow Jenny on Facebook at The Unsafe Space with Jenny McGuire.
You need a construction company, but who?
Call Croscom.
A construction company you can trust that shares your Christian and conservative values. For decades, Croscom has been doing work in Chicagoland, Northwest Indiana, and Wisconsin. Roofs, siding, windows, doors, gutters, basically everything for your home or business, even solar. Quality work and professional services that make you feel great about your decision to work with Croscom.
Call Croscom.
630-871-5500. Give them a chance to earn your business. If your repairs are due to storm, fire, or flood damage, you need to
call Croscom.
They're licensed public adjusters. They work for you, not the insurance company. Croscom will work to get you the money you deserve, the maximum payout. They know the insurance companies and how to deal with them. They win for you.
Call Croscom.
Croscom Construction and Public Adjusters.
This is Dan Lights with Croscom. You can trust us with your home or business for high quality work and fair prices. It's the only way we do business.
630-871-5500. CroscomPublicAdjusters.com.
For months, you've been hearing ads about Virago Immune Support. I have to tell you, this stuff is for real. I had an occasion to not be feeling well on a remote broadcast. I took it, and it is the real deal. And the stronger your immune system, the stronger your body defends against diseases, viruses, and everything else. That's why Dr. Huber created Virago, a liquid immune booster supplement. You take it daily. It's a blend of 23 nutraceuticals working in synergy to maximize effects and boost your immune system. It's the nutraceutical cocktail for an immune system: antiviral, anti-inflammatory, antioxidant. Virago even protects your heart, your kidneys, your liver, all in a unique liquid supplement for better absorption. Do yourself and your spouse a favor. Order a bottle of Virago today online at myvirago.com. That's myvirago.com. Use coupon code IMMUNE to save 30%. Maha and Virago, making America healthy again.
Larry Elder has a big I told you so moment.
You're okay. You're not going to get COVID if you have these vaccinations. Yeah.
People were forced to take it. People lost jobs by not taking it. And now you have a man described as a lead scientist for Johnson & Johnson on videotape. Wasn't safe and effective. We did very little research.
The Larry Elder Show, weeknights at 8, right before Sean Hannity at 10 on AM 560. The Answer.
It's July 29th, and this is your Fox Daily Snapshot. Today is National Chicken Wing Day. Also known as Buffalo Wings, the city of Buffalo, New York proclaimed this date as the town lays claim to making the tasty snack famous. Chicken wings are a staple of tailgates or Super Bowl parties, and competitive eating contests have seen the appetizer down by the hundreds. So whether you like your wings breaded or plain, spicy or in barbecue sauce, just remember the blue cheese. Also on this date, in 1954, The Fellowship of the Ring by author J.R.R. Tolkien was published in London. It would be the first volume of the Lord of the Rings trilogy. And in 1965, the Beatles movie Help premiered in London. Queen Elizabeth attended the performance. If it's your birthday today, you share it with American investor and entrepreneur Charles Schwab, born in 1937. I'm Tushar Saxena, and that's your Fox Daily Snapshot.
This is an urgent announcement for anyone that's $10,000 or more in debt. Before you make another minimum payment, you need to know there are special programs that can completely free you of your debt. Total Financial Freedom can help you become debt-free in months instead of years. Resolve your credit card debt, signature loans, department store cards, internet loans, and timeshares. Call now at 800-533-6605 for a free consultation. For 17 years, Total Financial Freedom has helped thousands get out of debt. You can feel confident when calling because Total Financial Freedom is A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau and a Christian-owned company. Don't get stuck in the endless cycle of payments. You have the right to get your debt resolved and substantially reduce your monthly payments. Call Christian-owned Total Financial Freedom now at 800-533-6605. That's 800-533-6605. 800-533-6605.
Experience a luxurious summer when you visit Trump International Hotel and Towers, Chicago, a Forbes Travel Guide 5-star hotel. Take in stunning views of the Chicago skyline from the heart of the city, steps away from the iconic Magnificent Mile and the revitalized Riverwalk. Treat yourself to exquisite dining at Terra 16 Restaurant and Rebar Lounge, overlooking the Chicago River and Lake Michigan. Catch the Navy Pier fireworks display from Terra 16's patio on Wednesdays and Saturdays all summer long. Relax in immaculately designed suites that offer the utmost level of comfort. Refresh in the state-of-the-art spa featuring a 75-foot swimming pool, steam and sauna rooms, relaxation lounge, and more. The Trump Hotel Chicago offers sophistication and elegance to downtown Chicago and is a convenient travel destination for your summer getaway. Simply visit Trump Chicago online to make your reservations today and search offers to find the never settle summer stay. Book today.
We couldn't decide if we needed in-home care for Dad.
Right. Just some help here and there with bathing, organizing his meds, a walk through the neighborhood.
Oh, exactly. But everywhere we looked, we had a 4-hour minimum. It was more care than he needed. And it didn't make sense to spend extra for it.
Then we found Senior Helpers of Naperville Southwest. No minimum hours. We were shocked.
Now a caregiver stops by once or twice a week for just an hour or two to help with the small things that make a big difference.
And Mom loves the visits. It's not just help. It's companionship.
At Senior Helpers of Naperville Southwest, we understand that not every family needs round-the-clock care. We serve DuPage, Cook, Kane, Kendall, and Will counties. We conduct free in-home assessments and we guarantee compatibility. Call Senior Helpers of Naperville Southwest today at 331-281-0728. Again, that's 331-281-0728. And tell them AM 560 sent you. Senior Helpers of Naperville Southwest. Senior care, only better.
A large retail store just canceled a huge order, leaving MyPillow with a ton of extra MyPillows. But you know what? That's their loss and your gain. MyPillow is offering the Classic Collection for wholesale prices. Only $19.98 for a standard MyPillow. But it gets even better. For a limited time, they're going to offer the entire Classic Collection at wholesale prices. Get queen-size MyPillows for just $24.98. Upgrade to king-size for only $29.98. Get the body pillows for $39.98. And the multi-use MyPillows for only $12.98. So go to MyPillow.com and use promo code LIBERTY or call 800-489-0201 to take advantage of wholesale pricing and receive $100 in free digital gifts when your order is $75 or more. That's right. Get the standard MyPillow for only $19.98. So go to MyPillow.com or call 800-489-0201 and use promo code LIBERTY. That number again is 800-489-0201. Promo code LIBERTY.
When it comes to industrial coating and finishing, cutting corners isn't an option. That's why leading manufacturers across the Midwest trust D&D Industrial Coatings in Racine, Wisconsin. From powder coating and liquid painting to blasting and custom finishing, D&D Industrial delivers top-tier protection and performance, fast, precise, and built to last. With over 40 years of experience, ISO-certified processes, and state-of-the-art lines, D&D handles everything from OEMs and petrochemical to agriculture, marine, construction, medical, and government specs. Family-owned, nationally trusted. Whether it's a short run or high volume, your parts are in expert hands, finished on time and finished right. Visit them today, ddindustrial.net. Again, that's ddindustrial.net. Or call them at 262-637-0686 to get your custom quote today. Again, that's 262-637-0686. D&D Industrial Coatings, engineered to protect, finished to impress.
Signature Bank is Chicago's fastest growing independently owned business bank, a bank where relationships still matter. Signature Bank knows your name and your story. I'm Dan Proft, and I know this because Signature Bank is my business bank.
Hi, I'm Bob Chivato, owner of Go Exceed and a customer of Signature Bank. By leveraging AI and machine learning, we provide data management solutions for corporations to save time and money managing their cellular devices. While we rely on machines to help us run our business, we believe personal relationships are essential. This is why we chose Signature Bank. Having a banking partner who understands our background, our business, and our priorities is fundamental to our success. Any bank can provide basic services, but having a bank that you can trust, one that looks out for you and treats your business like its own, that's irreplaceable.
Signature Bank helps local businesses succeed. Want to learn how Signature Bank can help turn your business vision into reality? Call Signature Bank at 773-467-5600 or visit signaturebank.bank. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
A great smile can make you feel happy and confident. So when you consciously conserve your teeth, that glowing smile will show through. At Best Dental Group, doctors Economos, Gavalis, and their staff are ready to help you create that perfect look or maintain the one you have now. Along with general dentistry, Best Dental Group is a multidiscipline practice with an orthodontist, periodontist, and prosthetic specialists on site. They use the newest breakthroughs in dental technology such as titanium implants, Invisalign clear braces, and laser treatments. Don't let fear get in the way. They can recommend sedation to make your experience as comfortable as possible. Best Dental Group is located in historic downtown Bartlett and is a multilingual office. Call 630-830-4930, 630-830-4930, or visit bestdental.org. Best Dental Group, sharing your conservative values and helping you to conserve your teeth.
This is Ed Morrissey of HotAir.com for Town Hall. Bill Maher spoke the words that no one else in the mainstream media will say. Donald Trump was right about tariffs, and he was wrong. Not one other Trump critic has thus far made a public record of their error or even acknowledged that the stock markets never crashed as they predicted. Nor have Trump's critics recognized the value of his bully diplomacy with the EU, Japan, and other trading partners. Not only do these agreements balance out trade, they strategically isolate Russia and China by leveraging access to American markets while benefiting Americans. The media refuses to acknowledge these wins because they validate Trump. Democrats in the media still want to run the Joe Biden-Kamala Harris disqualification campaign to undermine Trump's legitimacy even after he won the election in November. Americans know better. Maher's singular admission reflects well on his credibility. The media's silence accurately reflects the sorry state of their own. I'm Ed Morrissey.
Now, your official weather forecast.
Today, expect a heavy morning thunderstorm, then turning hot with clouds clearing for some sun. Be cautious as storms may cause flash flooding and strong winds. The high will reach 93. Tonight, anticipate partly cloudy skies with warmth and humidity along with scattered thunderstorms. The low will be 73. I'm meteorologist Jason Caterina on AM 560, The Answer.
Get the latest weather, traffic, and news updates online at 560theanswer.com.
Portions of the following show may be pre-recorded.
Now, from the Signature Bank Studios, this is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft on AM 560, The Answer.
Top of the morning, Dan Proft here, and
We start today's show with some sad news. I'm sure most everybody listening has heard by now because he was such a seminal sports figure in Chicago lore. I'm talking about the passing of Ryne Sandberg. Ryne Sandberg was a hero to a generation of Chicago Cubs fans and will be remembered as one of the all-time greats in nearly 150 years of this historic franchise. This coming from Tom Ricketts, Cubs chairman. His dedication to and respect for the game, along with his unrelenting integrity, grit, hustle, and competitive fire, were hallmarks of his career. He was immensely proud of his teammates and his role as a global ambassador of the game of baseball, but most of all, he was proud of Margaret, his wife, his children, and his role as a husband, father, and grandfather. 312-642-5600, turnkey.pro answer line, and text line 5 kids, 11 grandkids for Rhino. And I mentioned when I had the opportunity to play golf with him a couple years back because we have a mutual friend, and just what a class act he was, unassuming. I mean, all the things that people respected Ryne Sandberg for from afar, I got to experience up close and personal, and he was as advertised. You know, even being a diehard Sox fan, as I am, which necessarily requires that you root against the Cubs, you can never root against Ryne Sandberg. I mean, you can't root against the greats on other teams because you just recognize they're, at a level that few attain, and he was one of them. It was interesting because I was playing in this, as I mentioned last week, playing in this member guest outing at Merit Club up in Libertyville. And a dear friend of his, member at Merit Club, he was the guy who set up the game where I was able to play with Rhino a couple years back at Olympia Fields. I hosted down there. Anyway, he was saying that he told us this weekend to basically say a prayer for Rhino and his family because he had gone into hospice. He had stopped getting treatment. He was in a lot of pain. So, I mean, just in terms of that personal, on that personal note, that he did have the ability to say his goodbyes to his family. It's something, obviously, taken at 65, way too young. The Sandberg game, let's focus on the accomplishments. The Sandberg game, of course, I'm talking about the extra inning game against the Cardinals, June 23rd, 1984. Even a diehard Sox fan remembers it. Really sort of the coming out party for Ryne Sandberg in his MVP year, 84. This was the call in the bottom of the ninth. Who else? Harry Carey.
He thought the pitch was high. Low ball and a strike. Sandberg hitting .327 now. The pitch. There it goes. Way back. It might be. It could be. It is. Holy cow. The game is tied. The game is tied. Ryne Sandberg did it. Listen to the crowd.
And then the bottom of the 10th, he's back up. Cubs are down 2.
Now to stretch the pitch. Hey! Way back! Might be out of here! He did it! He did it again! The game is tied! Holy cow! How about that?
Listen to that crowd. Long odds, Harry, because I don't think Bruce Sutter ever gave up 2 home runs to the same guy in the same game. Bruce Sutter, of course, Hall of Famer in his own right. And somewhat ironically, just passed away a few years ago from cancer himself, Bruce Sutter and Ryne Sandberg, 2 of the greats of the game. Remembering the cheers at Wrigley Field for Ryne Sandberg and all of his on-field exploits, but
again, from just very limited, but nonetheless an indelible personal experience I had with him. Hall of Famer off the field, too.
There's only one radio show in Chicago talking about today's biggest stories and telling you what they really mean. That show is this one, Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560, The Answer.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-330-8323 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-330-8323. That's 800-330-8323. What do you have to lose? Call 800-330-8323. Again, 800-330-8323.
Hi, I'm Ken Mariotti, owner of Woodland Windows and Doors, a third-generation family-owned business since 1969. We know you're bombarded by choices when shopping for new windows or doors, so we're inviting you to experience the Woodland difference. For decades, we have been transforming living spaces with Marvin Windows, a fifth-generation family business. Marvin replacement windows have been known to increase the warmth of your cold rooms by 10 degrees. Think about that, 10 degrees warmer. When you welcome Woodland into your home, you will get a product expert to transform your living spaces, full-time, dedicated professional installers that you can trust in your home, along with the best products like Marvin. These are the reasons we're proud of our 5-star reviews and family legacy. No gimmicks, no pressure, and upfront pricing are why Woodland Windows and Doors is your trusted window and door expert in Chicagoland. Visit woodlandwindows.com to book your free in-home expert consultation. That's woodlandwindows.com, or stop by our showroom at the corner of Lake and Geary in Roselle.
AM 560, The Answer.
Top of the morning, Dan Proft here. By the way, if anybody was at the what came to be known as the Sandberg game, that June 23rd, 1984 extra innings win over the Cardinals, where Sandberg hit 2 homers off Bruce Sutter, as I was mentioning, and we were hearing Harry Carey's calls on the home run. If anybody was at that game, give us a call. I'd love to hear the firsthand experience. I was not there. 312-642-5600, turnkey.pro answer line. And you know how it is, like with landmark games, landmark sporting events. There's always many more people who said they were there than were actually there. You know, it's just like 4,000 people saw Will Chamberlain score 100 points, but you'll hear 100,000 people say they were there. But if you actually were there for the Sandberg game, love to hear the perspective. Coming up, we're going to do a sports and politics segment because it segues nicely from Sandberg to Scotty Scheffler. Nothing political about Sandberg. That's separate and distinct, but it segues, particularly because of something Tom Ricketts said in his statement on Ryan Sandberg's passing. That one sentence I'll read again. He was immensely proud of his teammates and his role as a global ambassador of the game of baseball, but most of all, he was proud of Margaret, his children, and his role as husband, father, and grandfather. Wife Margaret, 5 kids, 11 grandkids. Well, Scotty Scheffler, I think I was out, but Scotty Scheffler had something interesting to say the week of the British Open, before he won it, of course, about golf and his perspective on golf versus other things that are important in his life, like his wife and son. Here's what he said on what's important.
I think it's kind of funny. I think, I think I said something after the Byron this year about, like, it feels like you work your whole life to celebrate winning a tournament for like a few minutes. It only lasts a few minutes, that kind of euphoric feeling. And to win the Byron Nelson Championship at home, I literally worked my entire life to become good at golf, to have an opportunity to win that tournament. And you win it, you celebrate, get to hug my family, my sister's there. It's such an amazing moment. And then it's like, okay, now what are we going to eat for dinner? Life goes on. Is it great to be able to win tournaments and to accomplish the things I have in the game of golf? Yeah. I mean, it brings tears to my eyes just to think about, because it's literally worked my entire life to become good at this sport, and to have that kind of sense of accomplishment, I think is a pretty cool feeling. To get to live out your dreams is very special. But at the end of the day, it's like, I'm not out here to inspire the next generation of golfers. I'm not here to inspire somebody else to be the best player in the world, because what's the point? This is not a fulfilling life. It's fulfilling from the sense of accomplishment, but it's not fulfilling from a sense of like the deepest, places of your heart. There's a lot of people that make it to what they thought was going to fulfill them in life, and then you get there and all of a sudden you get to number one in the world, and then they're like, what's the point? And I really do believe that, because what is the point? You're like, why do I want to win this tournament so bad? That's something that I wrestle with on a daily basis. It's like showing up at the Masters every year. It's like, why do I want to win this golf tournament so badly? Why do I want to win the Open Championship so badly? I don't know, because if I win, it's going to be awesome for about 2 minutes. And then we're going to get to the next week, and it's going to be like, hey, you won 2 majors this year. How important is it for you to win the FedEx Cup playoffs? And it's just like, we're back here again, So we really do. We work so hard for such little moments. And, I'm kind of a sicko. I love putting in the work. I love being able to practice. I love getting out to live out my dreams. But at the end of the day, sometimes I just don't understand the point, because I don't know if I'm making any sense or not, but am I not? It's just one of those deals. I love the challenge. I love being able to play this game for a living. It's one of the greatest joys of my life, but does it fill the deepest, wants and desires of my heart? Absolutely not. I love playing golf. I love being able to compete. I love living out my dreams. I love being a father. I love being able to take care of my son. I love being able to provide for my family out here playing golf. And, every day when I wake up early to go put in the work, my wife thanks me for going out and working so hard. And when I get home, I try and thank her every day for taking care of our son. It's just, that's why I talk about families being my priority, because it really is. I'm blessed to be able to come out here and play golf, but if my golf ever started affecting my home life, or it ever affected the relationship I have with my wife or with my son, that's going to be the last day that I play out here for a living. This is not the be all end all. This is not the most important thing in my life. And that's why I wrestle with, why is this so important to me? Because, I would much rather be a great father than I would be a great golfer. That at the end of the day, that's what's more important to me.
Is Scotty Scheffler making sense? We'll discuss, because Skip Bayless, a longtime sportscaster, writer, and such, sports media creature, he responded to what Scotty Scheffler had to say, and not positively. Is Scotty Scheffler making sense? Sports and Politics, 538. Now we check the headlines.
Good morning in Chicago's AM 560, The Answer Newsroom. I'm Bob Stevenson. Chicago police say 35-year-old Patrick Beck was killed in a hit-and-run on South Cicero Avenue. He was struck by a black sedan, later died at the hospital. No suspects are in custody at this time. Police have arrested a pilot from Florida who was flying a plane on the way to San Francisco.
Pilot Rustam Bagwagar is facing a host of child sex assault charges on a minor under 10 years old. The 34-year-old was a co-pilot on an inbound flight to San Francisco International Airport. Passengers on that plane, which departed from Minneapolis, posted video of federal agents walking the pilot from the cockpit through the aisle of the plane. Investigators say Bagwagar is a Florida resident who's been under investigation in California since April. Delta says he's since been suspended. Tom Graham, Fox News.
This news is a service of Wendy's. Wendy's new Takis Fuego meals here with the Takis Fuego chicken sandwich and small Fuego fries, inspired by Takis Fuego chips. With a 1-ounce Takis Fuego bag and a drink, grab yours today. Limited time only at participating U.S. Wendy's while supplies last. Takis and Fuego are used under license. A check of the roads coming up in 2 minutes on AM 560, The Answer.
Join John Anthony, host of Black and Right, for a cruise on Lake Michigan, Saturday, September 6th. Come aboard the luxury yacht Free Spirit for a fun afternoon with fellow AM 560 listeners. Enjoy great food and beverages and be a part of the live broadcast of Black and Right with John Anthony. Tickets are on sale now at 560theanswer.com/cruise. That's 560theanswer.com/cruise.
At Signature Bank, going the distance for business banking customers is what we do every day. We understand that business owners have a strategic mission, a drive to succeed, a plan for growth, and don't have time to wait for a bank to respond. With Signature Bank, you not only have a banking partner that has roots right here in Chicago, but our decisions are made locally too. Signature Bank knows that when you have a question or problem about your business, you want answers. You need someone who will pick up the phone or respond to your text. You need someone who is always there for you. That's Signature Bank. We are a team that wants to get to know you and your business. Want to be Signature Bank's next success story? Give us a call today at 773-467-5630 or visit us online at signaturebank.bank. Member FDIC Equal Housing Lender.
The following advertisement includes a celebrity impersonation.
The summer heat in Chicagoland is no joke. And if your old air conditioner is making funny noises, you may already know it's time for a new unit.
Look, your air conditioner, it's a disaster. People are telling me it's the worst ever.
Don't sweat it, literally. When it comes to cooling your home, Air Right Heating and Cooling does it the best.
And they love our country. Beautiful people.
Rebates are still available, financing is flexible, and at Air Right installations are smooth and professional with no surprises.
It's beautiful. Some people say it's the coolest air anyone's ever felt. I don't know. That's just what they're saying. It's doing an incredible job. Really tremendous.
Plus, tell them AM 560 sent you, and Air Right will give you $56 off any service. Visit Air Right Heating and Cooling today at AIR-RITE.com. Again, that's AIR-RITE.com. Air Right Heating and Cooling. Doing it right since 1959.
Are you looking to hire? ZipRecruiter finds the best candidate for your job fast. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Now, your official weather forecast.
Today, expect a heavy morning thunderstorm, then turning hot with clouds clearing for some sunshine. Watch for possible flash flooding and strong winds. The high will reach 93. Tonight, skies will be partly cloudy, staying warm and humid with scattered thunderstorms. The low will drop to 73. I'm meteorologist Jason Caterina on AM 560, The Answer.
Get the latest weather, traffic, and news updates online at 560theanswer.com. Now, from the Signature Bank Studios.
Sports and politics and sports and politics and sports and politics and intersection. Arrogance and ignorance. Arrogance, ignorance, and arrogance and ignorance. Intersection.
Top of the morning, Dan Proft here. Remembering one class act, Ryan Sandberg passed away at the age of 65 yesterday, but addressing another one. These are my views. I think Scotty Scheffler has proven to be a class act and a great ambassador for the game of golf as well. You heard what he said. We played it just before the break about, you probably heard it by now anyway, what he said before his victory at the British Open the other week about golf not being the most important thing to him. That if it ever started affecting his family life, that would be the last day he plays golf. That he's more, his wife and his son are more important to him than the game of golf. You wouldn't think that's a terribly controversial statement. I mean, it may call into question how long Scotty Scheffler is going to play the game. We were talking about this with friends over that British Open weekend. And the suggestion was made that Scheffler could pull a Barry Sanders. That would not be surprising if Scotty Scheffler went out of the game in his prime the way that Barry Sanders did. Incredibly, people can't understand it. But rather than trying to squeeze every last ounce out of your body that you can to stay competitive, if not dominant, obviously, everyone knows Barry Sanders walked away. By the way, there's a great documentary about him, too, on Amazon. I think it's just called Barry, and his relationship with his sons. And comes across, never met him, but he comes across as a very cool dude, good dude. I think also another case of a dominant professional athlete who's a class act. They're not all bad guys. Focus so much on the bad examples and then actually the good examples get a lot of criticism for not prioritizing what the sports press corps and some segment of the fandom dictates that they emphasize. Enter Skip Bayless. He was a sports columnist for the Tribune for a while when that was the thing, wasn't he? I believe so, but you probably know him better from these intolerable, unwatchable shows on ESPN that he's been a part of. I think first with Stephen A. Smith and then with Shannon Sharp. Anyway, Skip Bayless took up Scotty Scheffler's comments. He disagrees that Scheffler should be so cavalier about the opportunity to continue to dominate golf for years to come, the opportunity to join the pantheon of the Tiger Woodses and the Jack Nicklauses and cross sports, the Tom Bradys and the Michael Jordans, the greatest winners of all time, and that he should prioritize golf over his family, the way that Skip Bayless did in his career as a sports media creature. In his commentary on Scheffler, the run-up to it, he talked about his focus on his career as a sports media creature. He prioritized over his first wife, and that he claims, his characterization, was the cause of the breakup of his first marriage. And then he picks up with his now wife and what he told her on their first date, and then goes into reaction to Scheffler.
On our first date way back in 2005, I told her if this relationship goes anywhere, and I knew from the start it would, that she would always be number 2 to my career. I told her that. I declared myself from night one. She likes to say she fought her way all the way up to 1A in my life. I'll give you that, Ernestine. I have no idea if Tiger or Jordan or Tom Brady have a spiritual side, because I've never heard them talk about God, not that I can remember. All three were just obsessed with winning. They couldn't wait to win again and again and again until their bodies finally just gave out, because each of these three believed they were born to dominate. Nothing made them happier than dominating. So it was that I was jolted and jarred by what Scotty Scheffler said on the eve of the British Open. No, Scotty, no. God gave you spectacular ability to play the world's hardest game, gave you the strongest competitive drive since Tiger, gave you what Jack Nicklaus had, what Ben Hogan had, and you can't just shrug it off at age 29 and focus on, as you said, being a better father than a golfer. You can't do that, Scotty. No, God wants you to maximize the platform from which you can honor him and encourage fans to open their hearts to him, to God. That's what God has led or called you to do, Scotty, not to focus on your wife and infant son before you're 30. Golf is just too hard. The line is just too fine between dominating and missing.
And missing the cut, which got cut off. But Skip Bayless telling Scotty what God has called him to do. I mean, it's rich. I thought that was really rich. The lack of self-awareness. Skip Bayless possesses none of what Scotty Scheffler, Ryan Sandberg, Barry Sanders possess, which is a little bit of self-awareness, a little humility. Not only his own sort of way he describes his familial relationships, his first and second wife, but also the way he positions himself to divine what God's plan is for Scotty Scheffler. I mean, wow. 312-642-5600, turnkey.pro, answer line, and text line. The one thing Bayless is right about is that golf is the hardest game on the planet. There's no question it's the hardest sport. So is Scotty making sense? Or is Skip Bayless right that Scotty owes it to us, to God as well, be plenty of time to prioritize your wife and your kid after golf. I don't know exactly when Skip Bayless is going to allow the wife and kid to take precedence, but I don't know what age is the magic number, but is he right that Scotty should, be focused completely on, Jack Nicklaus's record for major wins and dominating the game well into his mid-30s? He can't walk away. He can't be saying things like, I would prioritize my family over the golf game if I was forced to choose between the two, because you are, required. It's God's command that you inspire the next generation of golfers and fans accordingly. Grow the game. Be that transcendental figure that becomes an athlete bigger than the sport. By the way, it is interesting to note, since Bayless brought them up, the GOATs, Tiger, this is all arguable. Not really Jordan. That's not arguable. But Tiger, Brady, Jordan. I think they have a lot in common, and one of the things they have in common is failed marriages, familial difficulties, shall we say. And could it be that, Scotty Scheffler looks at those GOATs and says, well, they were great, but I don't want to end up like they did with respect to their marriage? I mean, is that possible? Maybe he didn't get into marrying and having a family with the idea that I can always get out. That's what it seems to me. It seems to me he's a different kind of guy, and I think he's I don't think he's spiritual, the word that Bayless used. I think he's Christian, and my sense is, and I know some people that sort of, know him on the periphery, that he is what you see, just like Ryan Sandberg was, authentically class act, humble guy, practicing Christian, tries to live his values quietly. He's not out there proselytizing, but you also see when he plays, particularly if you appreciate golf and how difficult it is to have that discipline, just sort of how at peace he is. I mean, he goes through these tournaments like he did the British Open, like he's out for a walk in the park. There's no question that he has the drive and the competitive attitude that Bayless described, all the greats do, but there is something that this is a guy who knows who he is and is very at peace with the decisions he makes, and so comfortable in sort of where he's positioned himself and how he's approaching life, that he's willing to do like a 3-minute riff, just sort of speaking extemporaneously about golf and family and why is this so important and the things that he thinks about. It's rare candor, frankly, for an athlete, particularly at that level. 312-642-5600, turnkey.pro answer line. Well, we have to get Bob in Wilmette. He was at the Sandberg game in '84 that I played the clips from Harry Carey's calls of Sandberg's 2 homers off Bruce Sutter. Bob?
Hey, good morning. Morning, Dan. I have dogs with me, so if they start barking at deer, I'm up in Michigan. I apologize in advance. But, yeah, I was at the Sandberg game in '84. But first, let me back up and say Skip Bayless is a ninny, and he is channeling God, please.
Wow.
Yeah, but anyway, so about the Sandberg game, and you hit it when I heard he passed. I said, what a class act. My friend Dave and I, my best friend Dave, we're Sandberg's age. We're just getting started in our careers. And Dave, unfortunately, passed from colon cancer 16 years ago. But, we're living cheaply, just getting off in our careers, me and advertising Dave at the Board of Trade. And I remember we got some cheap seats, and we're walking around drinking beer. And we're going to go over to, I think it was Ray's bleachers and not Murphy's. But we're like, nah, let's just stay and see what happens. And Sandberg hits the first home run, and we're like, holy cow. And so we, sat on the steps in Tourist Reserve and watched the whole thing unfold. And we said to each other, my God, this guy's our age, and look what he's doing.
Yeah.
And it was an amazing game. And then cut to 30 years later, and I'm in an airport going on a Sunday afternoon to a business trip or a conference, and I'm sitting at a bar before my plane, and I see Sandberg's Hall of Fame speech. And, Sandberg wasn't all that, outgoing or boisterous or whatever. People even said that he might have been kind of dull. But his speech was so amazing and so erudite and full of wisdom.
Yeah.
It was almost a metaphor for life. Play the game right was his overriding message. And it was just so special. And I was so bummed that he died, but I just wanted to share that with you.
That's great. Thanks for doing that, Bob. And thanks for reminding me about the Hall of Fame speech, too, because it reminds me of something else from my experience with him. He's one of those guys who he was just an introvert. He wasn't boring or dull. He was just introverted. I mean, he shied away from the limelight. It wasn't about him, and that's fine. It's actually, refreshing. But you have a conversation with him at a one-on-one level. This was a sharp guy. This was a thoughtful guy who was thoughtful about a lot of things, not just baseball. 100%. Great point. Tony, Southside.
Good morning, Dan. First point here is, golf is just a walk in the park. That's really all it is. Anyway.
A good walk spoiled, Mark Twain. Okay, thank you, Tony. Yes.
Wait, here. So, this Bayless guy, he doesn't understand that God's will. He really doesn't, because if you ever watch Caddyshack, you would have known that God doesn't give a rip about golf, because he would never struck the priest with lightning on his best game of his life.
Exactly. Right.
There you go.
It's
right?
the message: don't play golf. And he punishes people who play golf like me. And the more you play, the more punishment you're forced to endure.
Absolutely, my friend. All right, you have a good one, bro.
Thanks, Tony. Glenn in Park Ridge.
Hey, Dan, good morning. Yeah, rest in peace, Rhino. Hey, but to the Bayless comment, as I'm listening to the clip that you played, it was almost like was it tongue-in-cheek? I mean, who can be really that stupid to make those comments? And Bayless, perhaps his job to, if he would have taken the other side, who would have even commented on it?
Right. Yes, maybe he's trying to be a provocateur, but he wasn't like kidding about it. He wasn't parodying himself. He was taking that position.
Yeah, okay. And then when I listened to Scheffler as he was on that press conference, that just a mature guy.
Yes.
And when I compare him to Jordan and Brady and some of the others that when they're off the field, you're like, really? It's almost like that's all there is. And here's Scheffler saying, oh, my goodness, the way he's been raised and, he just dearly loves the wife and his kid. And I truly believe he'd say, look, if this affects my marriage, I am done with this game. And then finally, when he does comment on when he goes back and plays with his buddies, I think he really does enjoy that much more than being out there competing. And the fact that, as you said, he just walks through those guys at the British and others. You're like, oh, my goodness. And then if he does win, he probably does say, hey, is this all there is? No, those grinders out there. I mean, I know it's a different approach because they have to bust their hump.
Yeah.
To hopefully get to the winner's circle. Whereas with him, he's been in a few times. He goes, is this all there is? Maybe.
Well,
maybe he does look at it that way.
Yeah.
Not to discount the skill set and how tough these guys are playing and how much of a grind it can be for guys, but hey, he's the best.
He is. He's just a closer, like all the greats are. Thanks for the call, Glenn. And he's been winning for such a long time. I mean, maybe to borrow a line from Trump, maybe he's sick of winning. He's won so much. I mean, starting junior golf, I don't remember offhand exactly what his record is, but his record in junior golf, the number of tournaments he won versus the number he entered, I mean, it is crazy. I think it was something like over half of the junior golf tournaments he played in, making his way, into college and to the Korn Ferry and to the tour. The win percentage is just unprecedented. And I don't want to say it comes easy to him because I think he works very diligently in the game and has all his life. But yeah, I mean, he's just a closer. And I agree with you, too. I think he's probably sees the same thing that a lot of us see, and he may see it up close and personal. You see some of these guys off the field, or, of course, the stories are legion about some of the greats and their off-the-field exploits. And you just say, well, I don't want to put myself through that. I don't need those headaches. I don't want to blow up my family. And this is controversial. By the way, he's the funny thing too is like he's letting Skip Bayless or somebody down, God, I guess. By the way, while he is openly talking philosophically about golf and in relation to family, his priorities in life, and what's this about? Oh, he's winning majors. I mean, he's a U.S. Open away from the career Grand Slam. So it's not like he's taking an indifferent attitude towards the weekly grind on the tour either, because he's still winning a lot. Oh boy, Bruce in McCormick, South Carolina.
Hey Dan, good morning.
Morning.
No, I'm not in McCormick, South Carolina anymore. I've actually moved to Valparaiso, Indiana.
Oh, okay.
Half
All right.
the year, and Florida the other half.
All right, we're trying to trace you. Okay.
Yeah. Listen, Jack Nicklaus was the same way.
Yes, he was.
I mean, he used to during the middle of golf tournaments, he would fly back home to go see his kid play a football game.
That's right. That's true story.
And he has preached that not preached it, but intimated over his career that golf was not that important to him either. He was just the best at it. And to this day, I as a matter of fact, I don't know if you recall, his wife Barbara was named as the honoree or whatever for his memorial tournament this year.
Mm-hmm.
And it brought him to tears. I mean, his family and wife and everybody has just been the most important thing in his life. And Scotty Scheffler just seems to be that same. It's refreshing.
Yeah. Thanks for the call, Bruce. Tom in Tinley Park.
Hey, good morning, Dan. You were spot on about the self-awareness. And this guy sounds like he's Scotty's agent and he's afraid he's going to miss a paycheck.
I want my cut. Yeah, right.
We don't need another buffoon interjecting God into our lives the way they think it should be. We have enough of those idiots. And your caller just before, I'm having a flashback. My dad was my hero. I remember him showing up at our Little League games. Literally, he was CFD Squad 5. He would show up in his uniform, coming straight off of duty, and there it is, right there.
Mm-hmm. Thanks for the call, Tom. Appreciate it. Couple of texts. 312. God gave Scotty the platform to make the speech he made. Yeah, right. Send a message. Maybe that's something that should inspire people, myself included. Text from 219. Borg walking away from tennis at 26 after winning everything for a private life. Yeah, that's another good example. Yeah. Good calls. Thank you, boys and girls.
This is the morning show more Chicago radio listeners are choosing. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer. Sign up for the AM 560 Answer Advantage to get early alerts on event ticket sales, special discounts, and contest opportunities. Sign up today at 560theanswer.com/advantage.
We ran the numbers. Overseas furniture makers charge an extra 38% to package and ship iffy furniture to the Midwest.
So out of $1,000, you're paying $380 for nothing that makes the product better.
But 82% of Penny Mustard's furniture is made within 300 miles of us.
So we're able to invest that extra $380 into higher quality materials and craftsmanship.
American-made furniture that lasts for generations.
When you shop at Penny Mustard, it adds up.
PennyMustard.com.
Wow. At the time of this being written, both gold and silver are up some 40%. That's 40% in just 1 year. In fact, this past year, gold has broken all-time historic records by hundreds of dollars an ounce. And unlike all other financial instruments used today, that historic record goes back thousands of years. In times like these, prices have never been better on most collector and gold coins. Fox Valley Coins in Naperville is trying to keep up with demand. So they're paying the most ever on not only most gold coins and bars, but also those old coin and paper money collections. They're especially looking for the scarcer dates and higher grade coins. Take advantage of the record high market price and our huge demand now, whether you're buying or selling, or just want to find out their worth. Fox Valley Coins is the place to go. Fox Valley Coins is on Route 59, just one light north of I-88 at the Naperville-Warrenville border. Family-owned, integrity since 1981.
Gain insight into building strong marriages and raising godly children with Focus on the Family with Jim Daly each weekday at 11:30 a.m. on our sister station, AM 1160. Hope for your life. AM 560. The Answer.
Another good text on Scotty Scheffler, 847. Scotty likely plays better because it's not the end of the world to him. Yeah, I mean, you know, he also has the benefit of having amassed generational wealth at this point. But no, I think that's right. I mean, that's the whole thing about sports is care but don't care. You got to turn your brain off and just let your ability take over, and Scotty Scheffler does that. All right, coming up at 6:06, Trump and Sturmer on immigration and free speech. It is now 6 o'clock, AM 560 WIND Chicago.
He drove cross country. I'm Dave Anthony, Fox News. The man who shot up an office building in Midtown Manhattan, New York City, killing 4. Fox's Alexis McAdams outside the building where it happened.
This gunman, armed with an AR-15, literally pulls up here right near Park Avenue, jumps out of his BMW, walks up those steps behind me, and enters the lobby. That's when they say he pulled out that weapon, shot and killed an NYPD officer, and shot 3 other people, then went upstairs and opened fire as well.
He shot and killed another person on the 33rd floor, where that gunman then shot himself in the chest and died.
27-year-old Shane Tamura. Investigators say drove for days, came all the way from Nevada. He lived near the Las Vegas area, shows up here in New York City with a plan.
He reportedly left behind a suicide note and had a history of mental illness. One of those shot in the lobby survived, an employee of the NFL, which has offices in the building. There was also a shooting outside a casino in Reno, Nevada. A man opened fire in the valet parking area.
In total, 6 victims were shot. 3 of them are now deceased.
Sparks Police Chief Chris Crawford. The gunman was shot by police and is in critical condition. They don't know his motive. President Trump's out playing golf in Scotland at the new Trump course he just opened in Aberdeen. Then the president said he'll end his 5-day trip and fly back to Washington to deal with different world conflicts.
That's much more important than playing golf. As much as I like it, it's much more important.
Now, one of the conflicts is in Ukraine, where new Russian attacks killed at least 22 people the day after the president shortened a deadline for Russia to agree to a ceasefire to 10 to 12 days, or else the U.S. will impose new economic sanctions.
Former Russian President Dmitry Medvedev is warning against ultimatums, saying the president should remember 2 things. He says Russia isn't Israel or even Iran. Each new ultimatum is a threat and a step towards war, not between Russia and Ukraine, but with his own country. Don't go down the Sleepy Joe road, appearing to refer to former President Joe Biden.
That's Fox's Madeline Rivera. America's listening to Fox News.
Good morning in the AM 560 The Answer Newsroom. I'm Bob Stevenson. A 38-year-old man faces hate crime charges for spray painting racist and anti-Semitic graffiti across Little Village. One target included a local Latino community center. He's set to appear in court today. Chicago police are investigating a fatal stabbing on the south side. 71-year-old man was stabbed in the abdomen after arguing with another man on West 63rd Street. He later died at the hospital. The suspect was arrested at the scene. A mother and 2 others faced charges after allegedly kidnapping a 2-year-old girl from his Southside home. Police say the trio took the child during a robbery. The girl was found safe in Danville, Illinois. A 2-month-old puppy named Peter was safely returned to a Chicago shelter yesterday. He was taken the night before, prompting public concern. Shelter staff thank the community and say they're now focused on finding him a good home. As Fiesta del Sol begins in Pilsen, organizers are asking ICE not to show up unannounced. Concerns follow a recent federal presence at another Chicago event. Community leaders say immigrant families need to feel safe celebrating. And a woman's facing attempted murder charges after allegedly running over her ex-boyfriend twice with her car during an argument. She was arrested in Texas and extradited to Chicago. A judge has placed her on electronic monitoring. Chicago police say 35-year-old Patrick Beck was killed in a hit-and-run. It happened on South Cicero Avenue. He was struck a black sedan and later died at the hospital. And 4 teens were injured in a mass shooting at West Garfield Park after an argument. 14-year-old boy was critically shot in the chest. 3 others, ages 13 to 16, were also hurt. This news is a service of AlmostFreeTeeth.com. Have you been getting high quotes for dental implants? With medical PPO insurance, it's possible to save 90% off on average. See if you qualify today at AlmostFreeTeeth.com. Making smiles great again. A check of the roads coming up in 2 minutes on AM 560, The Answer.
The biggest AM 560 event of the year is coming to Gobert's Farm in Pingree Grove on Friday, August 22nd. It's Sean Fest 2025. Join hundreds of fellow AM 560 listeners for the summer's best party. Be a part of the on-location broadcast with Sean Thompson, followed by live music, photo opportunities, food and dessert trucks, and it's all free. Registration is requested at 560theanswer.com/SeanFest. That's 560theanswer.com/SHAUNFEST.
Most people have no idea there's an invisible gap in their home's protection. This invisible threat is house stealing. Con artists pick a house. They transfer the deed of this house into their name by obtaining the forms, using the fake IDs, and filing the paperwork with proper authorities. Now they own the home. Protect your home from this invisible gap. Check on your home's title right now at HomeTitleLock.com. Be sure to use promo code RADIO and they will send you a complete title scan of your home's title. And your first 30 days of triple lock title protection is free. HomeTitleLock.com.
Quiet down, here she comes. Surprise! Your accountant just emailed to say your quarterly taxes are way higher than you were expecting.
At Progressive, we know small business owners don't usually like surprises because they cost you money. But a good surprise that could save you money? Getting discounts with a commercial auto quote from Progressive.
Also, your favorite employee is leaving. They're going to pursue their dream of being a veterinarian.
Surprise yourself. See if you can save in as little as 7 minutes at ProgressiveCommercial.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Discounts not available in all states or situations.
This is Ed Morrissey of HotAir.com for Town Hall. Bill Maher spoke the words that no one else in the mainstream media will say. Donald Trump was right about tariffs, and he was wrong. Not one other Trump critic has thus far made a public record of their error or even acknowledged that the stock markets never crashed as they predicted. Nor have Trump's critics recognized the value of his bully diplomacy with the EU, Japan, and other trading partners. Not only do these agreements balance out trade, they strategically isolate Russia and China by leveraging access to American markets while benefiting Americans. The media refuses to acknowledge these wins because they validate Trump. Democrats and the media still want to run the Joe Biden-Kamala Harris disqualification campaign to undermine Trump's legitimacy even after he won the election in November. Americans know better. Maher's singular admission reflects well on his credibility. The media's silence accurately reflects the sorry state of their own. I'm Ed Morrissey.
Taking a look at your drive in the Team Hochberg Traffic Center with traffic and service of Surround Chicago. Dry roads and no delays on the Edens inbound Lake Cook to Montrose and 14 minutes. 13 minutes Edens outbound Montrose to Lake Cook. On the Kennedy inbound O'Hare to Byrne Interchange, 17 minutes. And a 23-minute ride on the Kennedy outbound Byrne Interchange to O'Hare. Your Tuesday morning drive on the Eisenhower inbound Jane Addams to Old Post Office, a 27-minute drive. Eisenhower outbound Old Post Office to Jane Addams, a 38-minute ride. And you're traveling with a 24-minute travel time on the Stevenson inbound 355 to Lakeshore Drive. Heavier as you approach the Dan Ryan. On the Stevenson outbound Lakeshore Drive to 355, 22 minutes. Dan Ryan inbound 95th to the Byrne Interchange, 13 minutes, less than 10 on the flip side. I'm KT. Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Now here's the latest forecast from QC Kinetics.
Today, expect a heavy morning thunderstorm, then turning hot with clouds clearing for some sun. Be cautious as storms may cause flash flooding and strong winds. The high will reach 93. Tonight, anticipate partly cloudy skies with warmth and humidity along with scattered thunderstorms. The low will be 73. I'm meteorologist Jason Caterina on AM 560, The Answer.
Get the latest weather, traffic, and news updates online at 560theanswer.com. Now, from the Signature Bank Studios, this is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft on AM 560, The Answer.
Top of the morning, Dan Proft here. So Trump still over across the pond in Scotland. I met yesterday with British PM Keir Starmer, two-tier Keir. The exchanges they had, on a couple of topics were very interesting, highly entertaining. The two that I'd like to zero in on, immigration, border security, and free speech. Because I'm not sure that I believe what Starmer is trying to sell, but it was interesting. I mean, it's just interesting when Trump is with somebody else that is somewhere between an opponent and an ally of convenience, and he sort of lecture and they do a press availability together. I mean, think Zelensky in the White House, and he sort of lectures them not directly to their face, but in front of the world vis-a-vis the press corps. It's just very interesting, and he sort of did that with Starmer on immigration policy, and it drew this reaction from Starmer, which was telling. I mean, we've talked about the Labour Party in UK taking the unprecedented step of not behaving like the open borders neo-Marxist party in this country, and actually, at least rhetorically, taking the position that border security is a good, and it's a thing that the UK needed to get more serious about. So take a listen to the two.
A big factor, and I think, frankly, if they're coming from other countries and you don't know who they are, and are they coming from prisons? We have them where they came in from prisons. We're moving them all out. We had a border last June, just recent, last month. We had 0 people come into the country, 0, other than coming through legal means. If you're stopping immigration and stopping the wrong people, I give my hats are off to you. You're doing not a good thing. You're doing a fantastic thing. So I know nothing about the boats. But if the boats are loaded up with bad people, and they usually are, because, other countries don't send their best. They send people that they don't want. And they're not stupid people. And they send the people that they don't want. And I've heard that you've taken a much stronger stance on
Yeah, we've done a lot of work stopping them coming. We just signed an agreement to return them, and we've returned 35,000, in fact, under the first year of this Labour government, of people who shouldn't be in this country. So we're very pleased that we're getting on with returning people who've got no right to be here.
That's great. As somebody that loves this, I love this country. My mother was born in, as you know, born in Scotland. And it's an incredible place, a beautiful place. And if that be the case, I congratulate you. That's exactly because, Europe is a much different place than it was just 5 years ago, 10 years ago. And they've got to get their act together. If they don't, you're not going to have Europe anymore as you know it.
Yeah, well, and you don't. And it's been interesting over the last couple of days to watch Trump with von der Leyen, the German Paul, who's the head of the EU, and now the British PM, Starmer, because they're sort of pretending that Europe is in the game on these issues, that we're not very far apart. Well, we're not very far. Well, we weren't very far apart when Biden was the president, because Biden was pursuing all of these European identitarian neo-Marxist policies. But we are very far apart now that Trump is president. And it's interesting how they're trying to present like they have also moved in the direction that Trump has taken America. Maybe, but it's been baby steps. For example, at the same time you hear that from Starmer, and by the way, we talked to Dominic Green last week about this from The Spectator. And, he's basically saying, yeah, we'll see. There's a lot of rhetorical flourishes in the direction of that you just heard Starmer offer. I mean, that's an actual number that can be checked. So I guess that's, as I said, a baby step. But there's still a skepticism about just how strong the commitment is. It's very much like listening to Starmer talk about free speech. He says the right things, but what's actually going on beneath the rhetoric? Well, what's going on beneath the rhetoric when it comes to British culture? Same time you just heard that from Starmer, Nigel Farage posted this. It's an actual job opening posting on the UK's Department for Work and Pensions website for a job opening at a branch of the government entitled the Manchester Community Centre, Sharia Law Administrator. Sharia Law Administrator. A Sharia Law Administrator is essentially a federal government job in the UK. This was posted on July 24th. The salary is £23,500 per year. It's full time. Yeah. At the UK's Department for Work and Pensions, a Sharia law administrator. And I mean, this is something that, radicalized imams have been foreshadowing for some time, or arguing that this will come to pass, this sort of backdoor extension of a caliphate from the Middle East, that you're going to have these Western European countries succumb to Orthodox Muslims and Sharia law. You may take it as hyperbolic, but they have some problems. And their open borders policies for the better part of the last several decades is a big reason why they have some problems. In Vienna, that's in Austria, children of the Islamic faith now make up the largest single religious group in the city's primary and secondary schools, 41%. The politician that this news outlet spoke with in Vienna has welcomed Vienna's religious and cultural diversity, saying it encourages intensive dialogue between faith communities. But she also said that certain worrying trends, especially among Muslim youth, can't be ignored. In Vienna, no one should base their way of life on the fundamental interpretation of religious texts that are hostile to women, minorities, or the state of democracy. Well, that's going to be a problem for some of those Islamo-fascists that you've imported to Vienna and to Western Europe generally. I mean, we're only a few years removed, and this is hardly the only incident. I mean, do you remember in 2020? I've got the headline. ISIS gunman kills 4 and wounds 22 in assault rifle terror attack rampage as cops launch raids. And the pictures of him running through the streets with his sport rifle, shooting people, and all of the attacks that have occurred in Western Europe, frankly, since 9/11, the last 20 years. But the response was 20 plus years. The response was to go, headlong into identitarian politics as opposed to sensible immigration policy, much as we did under Joe Obama's terms, particularly Biden, the third Joe Obama term. And now there's a little bit of retrenchment, but the question is, are they retrenching at a pace that is equal to the depth of the problem? And that's an open question. Also on the free speech matter, just to fold this in, it was quite interesting. Starmer was asked about it when they were sort of standing outside doing an impromptu grip and grin with media, just so defensive about this. And then later asked about it again when they were sitting down and having a wider ranging, more in-depth conversation with the assembled press. Listen to the way he talks about free speech. And remember, this is a couple months removed from Starmer getting a dressing down by J.D. Vance in the White House over the UK's on-again, off-again defense of free speech.
Forms of free speech today.
Well, free speech is very important. I don't know if you're referring to any place in particular. Perhaps they are, but
we've had free speech for a very, very long time here, so we're very proud about that.
What about free speech is very important. I don't know if you're referring to anybody. And then Starmer jumps in before Trump sort of was insinuating, I don't know if you're referring to this guy standing next to me and the problems they have here in UK, respecting people's right to freely think and freely speak about what they think. And then Starmer provided additional context later on during the sit-down, claiming that it's just a very narrow area of content that he censors. He certainly wouldn't censor Truth Social.
To censor my site?
To censor your site.
You mean Truth? Truth Social?
I mean Truth. Is that okay?
Well, I don't think he's going to censor my site because I say only good things. Will you please uncensor my site?
Yeah, we're not censoring anyone. We've got some measures which are there to protect children, in particular from sites like suicide sites. We've had too many cases in the United Kingdom of young children taking their own lives, and when you look through their social media, they've been accessing sites which talk about suicide and encouraging, if you like, children down that road, and that is what we want to stop. Nothing about censoring free speech. But this country is a proud free speech in this country has been for a very long time. We're very, very proud of it. We will protect it forever. But at the same time, I personally feel very strongly that we should protect our young teenagers, and that's what it usually is, from things like suicide sites. I don't see that as a free speech issue. I see that as a child protection.
Uh-huh. Well, and then there's what they actually do. What they say, and then what they actually do. Most people are just not good at checking out the veracity of the rhetoric from their political leaders, are they? The Telegraph headline this week: elite police squad to monitor anti-migrant posts on social media. Concerns for free speech mount as Home Office creates team to flag signs of potential unrest. Really? It'd be nice if the press corps, would read its own stuff, so they could perhaps follow up with Starmer's characterization that it's just this very narrow area we censor in the interest of preventing teen suicide, when that is not what we understand to be happening at the operational level. You have an elite police squad answering anti-migrant posts, which is to say anything that supports, sensible immigration policy and law enforcement with respect to immigration policy, anti-migrant, the characterization. And for what is the criteria? Well, the government will tell you what the criteria is. Well, is that not censorship? Sure it is. And how many stories have we brought you, much less the British media, at least the right-leaning tabloids, about police showing up to the homes of British citizens because they got in some policy discussion about boys and girls sports or about immigration policy or about a host of other things, and some comment was flagged as being unsafe or creating an unsafe space for somebody on the other end of the exchange, sitting in front of their keyboard at some place. I mean, so this is not the other problem with Western Europe. It is not a consistent defender of free thinking and free speech. In point of fact, it is inclined to censor its citizens, to squelch debate. These governments, including the British government, including when it was titularly under the control of so-called conservatives, to be fair. I mean, it's really something. There's a story out of Australia, just to give you another example, because, this is a problem in all of these, Western countries that have given over to identity politics. And they're trying to sort of inch their way back from the edge. But meanwhile, the forces of intolerance and ignorance that they have unleashed, the anti-pluralist elements that they have unleashed on their societies, continue unabashed. They're not slowing down at all. And it's happening in this country, too. Look who are poised to be the next couple of mayors of major metropolitan areas: Mamdani in New York and Fatah in Minneapolis. Tell me again that it's just something where we observe from afar, but we don't have to worry about it at home, hardly. Australia, an Aussie doctor has been found guilty of professional misconduct. What did he do that ran afoul of the standards for being a medical professional, being a doctor? Posting Christian views. Including a couple of Babylon Bee memes Yes, that can now cost you your medical license in Australia. Meet Dr. Jareth Koch, K-O-K, is now indefinitely suspended from medical practice because his beliefs were deemed too offensive. For the memes he posted, the Babylon Bee satirical ones. Congressional prayer lasts 2 days as Democrat includes all 787 genders. The beliefs that marriage is between a man and a woman, children deserve a mom and a dad, gender, quote unquote, gender affirming care harms minors, lockdowns and mandates went too far. Not medically incompetent, 0 patient complaints, no malpractice in 15 years. Yet 54 social media posts, many of them humorous, most shared in non-public mode, were enough to brand him unfit to practice medicine in Australia. That's what's actually going on in so much of the Western world. And just because the Trump administration has moved us back in the direction of free thinking and free speaking doesn't mean that these threats are not afoot here as well. Carrie and Crown Point, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Good morning, Dan. Jimmy Lai has been in prison.
Mm-hmm.
He is a bastion of free speech, Catholic, Chinese. The British government said that they're going to cooperate and they're going to send back dissidents that say anything bad about China. And England's going to do this, and they pretend to be for freedom. It's just disgusting.
100%.
And it's funny you mentioned Vienna, because Vienna twice saved the Europe from the Ottoman Turks trying to invade twice, and now they're just letting people do whatever they want.
Yeah, they have not learned the lessons of history, have they, Carrie? Thanks so much for the call.
This is Chicago's Morning Answer.
Your show keeps me alive during the week. There's nobody I'd rather listen to between 5 and 9 in the morning than you guys.
On AM 560, The Answer.
Experience a luxurious summer when you visit Trump International Hotel and Towers, Chicago, a Forbes Travel Guide 5-star hotel. Take in stunning views of the Chicago skyline from the heart of the city, steps away from the iconic Magnificent Mile and the revitalized Riverwalk. Treat yourself to exquisite dining at Terra 16 Restaurant and Rebar Lounge, overlooking the Chicago River and Lake Michigan. Catch the Navy Pier fireworks display from Terra 16's patio on Wednesdays and Saturdays all summer long. Relax in immaculately designed suites that offer the utmost level of comfort. Refresh in the state-of-the-art spa featuring a 75-foot swimming pool, steam and sauna rooms, relaxation lounge, and more. The Trump Hotel Chicago offers sophistication and elegance to downtown Chicago and is a convenient travel destination for your summer getaway. Simply visit Trump Chicago online to make your reservations today and search offers to find the never settle summer stay. Book today.
Dan Proft here. If you're dealing with chronic joint pain, stop what you're doing and listen up. Attention, please. I recommend you call my friends at QC Kinetics Non-Surgical Regenerative Treatment to schedule a free consultation. They're going to help you with your knee pain, hip pain, back pain, help you feel better, move better, and live better. They use treatments that work with your body to help restore and repair damaged joint tissue. Natural cellular therapies. No scalpels, no pills, just long-term relief with no dreaded recovery. So many radio listeners are seeing great results. You will too. It's time to call and schedule your free consultation with Dr. Caravelli and the medical pros at QC Kinetics. There are thousands of patients who will tell you they wish they would have done it sooner. Bring your x-rays and MRIs for a free, no-pressure chat and thorough evaluation to see if you're a good candidate. Nothing to lose there. Grab your phone and call 312-809-5955. 312-809-5955. Again, that number, 312-809-5955. And tell them Dan Proft sent you.
Life's unpredictable and full of unknowns, but your vehicle shouldn't be. No one wants to face an unexpected repair that could derail their plans and budget. That's why we're introducing CarShield, the ultimate way to future-proof your ride. We're not just about fixing problems, we're about preventing financial surprises. You can get a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan designed to save you from out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Imagine driving with complete peace of mind, knowing that if something goes wrong, you'll pay almost nothing for covered repairs. Included in every plan is free roadside assistance assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. This protection plan is at an all-time low, making it accessible to any driver. Don't wait for a breakdown to realize you need coverage. Invest in the future of your vehicle and your wallet today. Call CarShield now for your free quick quote. Call 800-330-8323. That's 800-330-8323. Future-proof your ride. Call CarShield now. 800-330-8323. 800-330-8323. Again, 800-330-8323.
AM 560. The Answer.
Top of the morning, Dan Proft here. Coming up at 6:36, we're going to talk to our friend Scott the Cow Guy. Scott the Cow Guy Shullity. We'll ask him just how good is that EU trade deal, the framework of which Trump solidified over the weekend. Where do interest rates go, if anywhere? The outlook for the market for the next couple of quarters, the rest of this calendar year. We'll discuss it all. Scott the Cow Guy, 6:36. Now we check the headlines.
Good morning in the Chicago AM 560 The Answer Newsroom. I'm Bob Stevenson. When one of your heroes passes away, they're always missed. Chicago's had some great athletes through the years. One of the greatest, Ryne Sandberg, passed away yesterday.
Hall of Fame second baseman Ryne Sandberg died Monday after a battle with cancer. Traded to the Cubs from the Phillies after just one major league hit, Sandberg went on to collect 2,385 more with the Northsiders. He was a 10-time All-Star, 9-time Gold Glove winner. He was the 1984 National League Most Valuable Player, and when he retired in 1997, he held the record for home runs by a second baseman with 277. Ryne Sandberg was 65 years old. I'm Tim McMaster, Fox News.
Be watching for Sandberg tributes throughout our city. A 2-month-old puppy named Peter was safely returned to a Chicago shelter yesterday. He was taken the night before, prompting public concern. Shelter staff thank the community, say they're now focused on finding him a good home. This news is a service of AlmostFreeTeeth.com. You've been getting high quotes for dental implants. With medical PPO insurance, it's possible to save 90% off on average. See if you qualify today at AlmostFreeTeeth.com. Making smiles great again. Check the roadways coming up in just a couple of minutes on AM 560, The Answer.
The biggest AM 560 event of the year is coming to Gobert's Farm in Pingree Grove on Friday, August 22nd. It's Sean Fest 2025. Join hundreds of fellow AM 560 listeners for the summer's best party. Be a part of the on-location broadcast with Sean Thompson, followed by live music, photo opportunities, food and dessert trucks, and it's all free. Registration is requested at 560theanswer.com/SeanFest. That's 560theanswer.com/SHAUNFEST.
So, what'd you call me over here to see, buddy?
Well, wait till you see the new set of wheels I...
Whoa, would you look at this garage floor? Wow, buddy, is this epoxy? So smooth and shiny. It looks like a showroom in here. Wow, looks easy to keep nice and clean, too.
Yeah, it is, but...
Man, I've been thinking about getting an epoxy coating. This is a sweet-looking garage floor.
You happen to notice my new Corvette?
Oh, huh. That's cool, too.
Level 10 Coatings, Chicagoland's premier concrete coatings company. We can improve the look of your garage, basement, office, or outdoor space with customized concrete coating solutions. As Chicagoland's only certified Cimarron installer, we're setting industry standards with the most durable flooring solutions at highly competitive prices. Level 10 Coatings uses polyurea and polyaspartic coating, which is stronger than epoxy. Turn your ugly garage floor into a showroom floor. Now, with the summer special, just mention AM 560 to receive $500 off any project. Visit level10coatings.com.
Big or small, we coat them all. Level 10 Coatings, your custom concrete coating solution.
Most people have no idea there's an invisible gap in their home's protection. This invisible threat is house stealing. Con artists pick a house, they transfer the deed of this house into their name by obtaining the forms, using the fake IDs, and filing the paperwork with proper authorities. Now they own the home. Protect your home from this invisible gap. Check on your home's title right now at HomeTitleLock.com. Be sure to use promo code RADIO and they will send you a complete title scan of your home's title. And your first 30 days of triple lock title protection is free. HomeTitleLock.com.
Quiet down, here she comes. Surprise! Your accountant just emailed to say your quarterly taxes are way higher than you were expecting.
At Progressive, we know small business owners don't usually like surprises because they cost you money. But a good surprise that could save you money? Getting discounts with a commercial auto quote from Progressive.
Also, your favorite employee is leaving. They're going to pursue their dream of being a veterinarian.
Surprise yourself. See if you can save in as little as 7 minutes at ProgressiveCommercial.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Discounts not available in all states or situations.
Don't miss Destination Retirement with Robert Kuhn every Sunday from 11 to 12. Robert has a different way of looking at retirement from most financial advisors and is happy to share his ideas with you every week. So don't miss what he has to say on AM 560 The Answer. Destination Retirement with Robert Kuhn, Sunday mornings from 11 to 12.
For months, you've been hearing ads about Virago Immune Support. I have to tell you, this stuff is for real. I had an occasion to not be feeling well on a remote broadcast. I took it, and it is the real deal. And the stronger your immune system, the stronger your body defends against diseases, viruses, and everything else. That's why Dr. Huber created Virago, a liquid immune booster supplement. You take it daily. It's a blend of 23 nutraceuticals working in synergy to maximize effects and boost your immune system. It's the nutraceutical cocktail for an immune system, antiviral, anti-inflammatory, antioxidant. Virago even protects your heart, your kidneys, your liver, all in a unique liquid supplement for better absorption. Do yourself and your spouse a favor. Order a bottle of Virago today online at myvirago.com. That's myvirago.com. Use coupon code IMMUNE to save 30%. Maha and Virago, making America healthy again.
Hey, heard you're getting ready to move.
We just listed our house on the market.
Just make sure you have the right attorney.
Doesn't the real estate agent take care of all that?
They stay involved, but you want to make sure you have a great lawyer that's negotiating the terms, helping resolve inspection items, clearing up title issues, preparing the deed and other documents, and attending the closing.
The attorneys at Nauman & Associates in Elk Grove Village have decades of experience handling real estate transactions every day all over Chicagoland. NALawGroup.com.
Are you looking to hire? ZipRecruiter finds the best candidate for your job fast. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Taking a look at your drive and the Team Hochberg Traffic Center with traffic, a service of ExpressPros.com. Eden's inbound Lake Cook to Montrose, a 14-minute ride. 13 minutes Eden's outbound Montrose to Lake Cook. On the Kennedy inbound O'Hare to Byrne Interchange, you're looking at 28 minutes. On the outbound Kennedy Byrne Interchange to O'Hare, 29 minutes. On the Eisenhower inbound Jane Addams to the Old Post Office, a 31-minute ride. On the Eisenhower outbound Old Post Office to Jane Addams, you're looking at 39 minutes. There's a crash outbound after Harlem, taking away your right lane with you heavier from before Central. Stevenson inbound 355 to Lakeshore, 24 minutes. And a 22-minute ride on the Stevenson outbound Lakeshore Drive to 355. Is it time for a new job? Then it's time for Express Employment Professionals. Quit the endless online job search. Enlist the pros. Let a local recruiter from one of their 870 locations help. And Express never charges job seekers a fee. Go to expresspros.com. I'm KT. Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Now here's the latest forecast from QC Kinetics.
Today, expect a heavy morning thunderstorm, then turning hot with clouds clearing for some sunshine. Watch for possible flash flooding and strong winds. The high will reach 93. Tonight, skies will be partly cloudy, staying warm and humid with scattered thunderstorms. The low will drop to 73. I'm meteorologist Jason Caterina on AM 560, The Answer.
Now, from the Signature Bank Studios. Only the biggest stories, only the biggest guests, and only the biggest opinions. This is AM 560, The Answer.
Top of the morning, Dan Proft here. Big week in terms of news about the economy. The jobs number comes out this week for last month. For July. Got second quarter GDP news this week about the Treasury's financing plans. And you got the Fed meeting. Will they, mystics or won't the mystics, cut short-term rates like the president wants? And does it matter? The argument goes that what matters is how markets respond to the Fed's monetary policy. So, for example, if short rates fall but long rates rise in anticipation of higher inflation, then the economic gain Trump expects from cutting rates won't occur. So what should the Fed do or not do? What can we anticipate for expert insights on these and other matters? Scott the Cow Guy, Scott Shalady joins us. There it is. Market specialist for Market Day Report, 10:30 to 1. And host of the Cow Guy Close, 1 to 1:30 Central Standard Time, both at RFD TV. Scott the Cow Guy, thanks for joining us. Appreciate it.
Good morning.
All right, so what should Jay Powell and the Fed governors do, particularly after that public humiliation he was put through by Trump as they toured the the Fed HQ renovations ongoing?
Well, if Jay Powell wanted to gain some credibility overnight, I think he should show up to his press conference tomorrow wearing that hard hat. I think that would be fantastic.
Yeah, sure. He just got off the job site. Yeah.
Right. I mean, he would gain instant credibility. A lot of people would love him for that.
Like Dukakis in the tank. Yeah.
Yeah, that's right. He's not going to cut rates tomorrow. I don't think. I mean, there's a very slight chance he does, but it's an overwhelmingly negative chance. And so here's the deal. What the Fed affects is the Fed funds rate, right? And that's the rate that the banks use to borrow and lend from each other. Banks. That's not what we're concerned with here. Our concern is the 10-year yield.
Right.
And the 10-year yield is what our mortgages are based off of, our credit card debt, our car loans, and those types of things. And the last time the Fed went on a rate-cutting spree was suspiciously close to the election last year. The last 4 months of the year, they cut rates by a full percentage point, one full percent. And he cut them 50 basis points right in front of the election, which is usually considered a no-no. And we saw that 10-year yield actually rally 100 basis points. So it went from 3.7 to 4.7. So it didn't give the consumer any help at all whatsoever. Trump wants rates cut because of the debt and what we're paying on the debt, and that's a great point. But his other point of real estate is not a good point, because if we do see the 10-year yield come lower, and then that means mortgages come lower, you're going to introduce more people into the possibility of more buyers to the market. And if you bring in more buyers, we still have a shortage of homes. Lower rates are only going to make home prices go higher. You might have a more affordable mortgage, but you have to pay more for the asset price. And the problem is we only talk about interest rates when we talk about real estate. We only talk about supply and demand of houses when we talk about real estate, but those aren't really the problems. Yeah, we should probably have more houses out there. That's great. And yeah, we would like to see interest rates a little bit lower. But the real problem is that when we had free money, the asset spiked in 3 times, it went up 300%. And that's the problem. We're trying to get a 7.5% mortgage. My first mortgage was 7.75%. That seems high today, but it wasn't back then because the asset prices weren't so high. So your mortgage was on a lesser expensive home. Nowadays, you're going to have to be paying 7.75 for something that's 3 times as expensive as it was a while ago, and that's the problem. So we need the asset prices to either stabilize and have things catch up to them, or actually come lower, and maybe a little bit of both. But that's the problem. So I don't think interest rate cuts are going to help the housing market, but it would definitely help with our debt situation and how much money the country has to pay in debt.
Yeah, but with the example you mentioned, I mean, couldn't that happen again here? Which is that long-term rates stay high because you have investors worrying about rising U.S. debt and demanding a higher yield to finance it, even if you cut rates, even if you cut the short-term rate.
Right. And so there's some things you look at that a lot of people don't talk about, but there's something called the money supply. That's M2. It's a measure of the money in the system. And the definition of inflation is too much money chasing too few goods. Well, M2 exploded around 2022, and that's when we had the CPI at 9.1%, the Consumer Price Index. So we had inflation. Well, the CPI, the money supply, the M2 number, is at an all-time record high right now. I mean, arguably, that would be something that Jay Powell could be looking at, because he doesn't want to be cutting rates into the fact that we're dumping still tons of cash into the system. Now, we might have more goods for sale, which kind of takes a little bit of that steam off that problem. But you're right. This 10-year yield is still around 4.4% right now, and 4.5%, and it doesn't want to go lower. Now they could cut rates. They could cut the Fed funds rate by 0.25%, which is what they probably will do in September. But that doesn't necessarily mean that we're going to see that 10-year yield come off. And again, like I said, last year, and this is where Jay Powell gets in trouble, Dan. If you look at the reasons why he cut rates or when he cut rates last year, stocks at all-time record highs, that's similar right now. We had a 3.3% CPI. We're at 2.7 right now. So we didn't have, inflation was higher, and yet he still decided to cut rates. The problem is that, you use his metrics today, he would absolutely cut them. But for some reason, something's getting in the way, and that might be his own stubbornness because he's getting beaten up by the president. So we shall see. But the biggest reason to cut rates is the interest on our debt. It's not going to help housing, I don't think. And you're right. The long-term rates are going to still worry about inflation because some of these tariffs still need to come through the system. I don't think they're going to be as inflationary as everybody else does. Arguably, you could say that some of them are actually going to be deflationary, but we haven't really taken into consideration the deflationary aspects of artificial intelligence and the rise of what's been happening with technology. That has been a big thing on the other side of the ledger that I think is going to be definitely taking a little bit of that inflation out of the system.
Well, I mean, the whole saga of the Fed and this Fed chairman that will probably play out for another year till the expiration of his term. I mean, can we just can somebody that is in a position of authority with respect to monetary policy, like the Fed chairman, just say, look, I'm not going to try to paper over the fiscal recklessness and fecklessness of the political class. If you have a problem with where things are right now in terms of rates, then talk to the people that you sent to Washington. Talk to the people that you elected, because we're engaging in this folly that we can walk away, and including the Fed's profligacy, that we can walk away from decades, and particularly the last decade, of profligate fiscal and monetary policy without any consequence, just by manipulating the dials on the Fed's machinery a little bit with a little bit more precision. I mean, it's just that the whole thing is a joke. What we need to do, it seems to me, get your response, like get somebody in there who said, look, my job is price stability, to maintain the value of the dollar and the purchasing power of the American family. And if those guys want to spend beyond our collective means, then take it up with those guys on Capitol Hill.
You're exactly right. But there haven't, the problem is that Powell has a lot of credibility. I mean, transitory when he talked about inflation.
Yeah, I understand. I understand Powell's. I understand Powell's past posts, but I'm just saying, like the profile of a Fed chairman that Trump should be looking at if he doesn't go the Rand Paul way and choose an empty chair.
Right. Well, there have been. What I'm trying to say is there have been Federal Reserve chairmen that have gone to Congress and said, "What are you doing?
Yeah,
this is like taking blood out of your right arm and putting it in your left arm. Everything I'm doing, you're canceling out." That's happened before.
Yeah.
I mean, people that have have a strong backbone have said to Congress, stop it. So, I mean, it could possibly be, but he's not the right person to do that now.
Right. Where's like Paul Volcker when you need him?
Yes.
Well, he's passed away. That's where he is.
All 6'7" of them. Yeah, all 6'7" of them.
Yeah, exactly. Well, so talk to us about tariffs and the EU trade deal. Is this the biggest deal ever, as was suggested by Trump over the weekend?
Well, I mean, if you consider the amount of goods that go back and forth, it's big that way, and the money is big. I mean, $750 billion over 3 years for our net gas, $600 billion in whatever they want to do. I mean, that's over $1 trillion. So, I mean, there are things you could say if you're trying to advertise a lot of success that it is a really big deal. But all it really does is give some clarity to the rest of the market about where we're going to land as far as tariffs go. And it looks as though that number is going to be around 15%, and 15% is something that the stock market can handle, because you're going to see a lot of folks along the way take a little bit of that pain themselves. So we're not going to see on tariff items a 15% hike. You might see a couple of bucks on a $50 item, but it's not going to be anywhere near what the market was worried about on Liberation Day back in April or April 8th when the stock market was on its knees. So, the guy, what the problem is that I think and this is probably, I know for sure it's the first time ever that we've seen the retail trader, mom and pop, they're the ones that bought the market from April the 8th going forward. The professional traders, the smart money on Wall Street, they voted with their politics, and apparently they're all liberals because they're the ones that were doing all the selling, and they haven't really got back in the market. So all these trade deals that are coming through, we're probably going to get a rate cut in September. We've seen the big, beautiful bill get through, whether you like it or not. There's still some things in there that are stimulative. It's probably not a good idea to be really short this market. We probably will get a little bit of a pullback because we've come so far so fast. But between now and the end of the year, we're going to be higher.
Mm. And the one thing I just wanted to address, too, because, I mean, Trump's trade deals, he did not sort of rewrite the laws of economics. I mean, like the idea, like it just shows you that tariffs don't matter, and tariffs don't result in inflation, and tariffs don't increase prices to the consumer. Well, that's not true. It's just that what he was proposing and where he actually landed, as I think we actually both said at the time, is the net is he because of the leverage that the United States has, everybody wants access to our market, which he understands, rightly so. Maybe the net will hopefully be with our major trading partners. It is a little bit freer, in terms of trade barriers, and ultimately is a net benefit to the United States on the margins. But that's sort of where we're tracking. It's not this paradigm shift with respect to trade or the laws of economics that underlie it.
No, I mean, you're right. I mean, if Besson's correct, I don't think he's lying. Actually, I think he's probably the best thing we've got going for us, to be honest. He thinks we'll have around $300 billion in the coffers at the end of the year from tariffs, and that will most likely grow. But if you add that to the $200 billion that DOGE has found, I mean, there's $500 billion that we didn't have before. And so there are positives, and maybe on the margins it's not quite fair. It's probably a little bit better than that. But no, I mean, we cut a deal with the UK. We were in net, we already had a decent deal with them. We just kind of redid it and made it look good.
Yeah.
And I get how there's a little bit of skepticism there, but I also don't think it's fair that we can't sell cars into Japan and they can sell anything they want here either. So there definitely need to be some things done. He's doing that. Is he selling more of the sizzle than the steak? Yes. Mm-hmm. But a lot of times that works.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, for example, some of the big ticket items with respect to the EU that are problematic are not addressed, or at least they haven't been addressed yet. They weren't addressed in any meaningful way over the weekend. For example, the digital taxes and the EU's regulation of U.S. tech firms. I mean, as well as ag, not just in terms of access to markets, but sort of phony GMO regulations the EU has, and so on and so forth. Like that, those sorts of things that were discussed, but they were left out.
And you could probably say that with a lot of the other deals too. There hasn't been an overabundance of details.
And just because I know you were and have been, I don't know if it's fair to call you a crypto skeptic, but you're not somebody who has been long on crypto. And I just wonder, with the machinery of government turning in the direction of crypto, including at David Sacks's direction per Trump, where are you now with cryptocurrency? What do you think the near-term future holds for crypto?
It's tough because I'm still not a believer. I understand it. And the longer it takes for us to really, adopt and engage it, I think things like Venmo and the likes catch up and do a lot of the things that people really want crypto to do. They sold it to me as something that was outside of the government purview. Well, that's no longer the case. And I think that most of the people that are investing in it don't know what it is. I think that's very dangerous. I think the strategy of buying crypto today is that you only think it's the person behind you in line to buy is going to pay more than you. That's not a strategy to buy something.
Mm-hmm.
You need to know what it actually does for you. And I know everybody's getting on board, and you mentioned even the U.S. government's trying to get, but it still sounds to me like everybody else is doing it, so I have to do it, kind of a reason. Just because everybody else is doing it and it's now being adopted by some of the big banks, and it's still, no one's come to me and said, this is going to make your life better. This is going to change the way you interact with things. I know what it does for the banking system. I get it, but I've resigned myself to let other people make money in it. I'm going to make money over here because it just feels like to me, with all the reasons that people get involved. Look, ask 10 people on the street in Chicago, have you heard of Bitcoin? They'll all say yes. How many of them actually are invested? Probably 2. Of those 2, do you know what it really is? No. I mean, that is what we're building. And so then I have some of the smartest guys on my show here in Nashville on Wall Street, and some of the biggest banks. And when I asked them about crypto, they politely declined, saying that their bank does not let them talk about it because it's still not, to them, a safe asset class.
Scott, go ahead.
It's got a ways to go.
Scott the Cow Guy.
Got a ways to go.
Got a ways to go. Okay. Scott the Cow Guy. Shellady, market specialist for Market Day Report, 10:30 to 1. Also the host of the Cow Guy Close, 1 to 1:30, both shows at RFD TV out of Nashville, as you just heard him say. Scott the Cow Guy, thank you as always.
All righty. See ya. Have a good day.
You too. And he joined us on the Turnkey.pro answer line.
Before you see it on TV, share it on Facebook, or read about it in the paper. Hear it here first. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
A large retail store just canceled a huge order, leaving MyPillow with a ton of extra MyPillows. But you know what? That's their loss and your gain. MyPillow is offering the Classic Collection for wholesale prices. Only $19.98 for a standard MyPillow. But it gets even better. For a limited time, they're going to offer the entire Classic Collection at wholesale prices. Get queen-size MyPillows for just $24.98. Upgrade to king-size for only $29.98. Get the body pillows for $39.98. And the multi-use MyPillows for only $12.98. So go to MyPillow.com and use promo code LIBERTY or call 800-489-0201 to take advantage of wholesale pricing and receive $100 in free digital gifts when your order is $75 or more. That's right. Get the standard MyPillow for only $19.98. So go to MyPillow.com or call 800-489-0201 and use promo code LIBERTY. That number again is 800-489-0201. Promo code LIBERTY.
Salem News Channel is America's fastest growing conservative TV network.
It's an absolute crazy day.
Home to the largest lineup of free speech champions anywhere. Delivering in-depth insight and unapologetic opinion on today's biggest news stories.
Americans aren't going to put up with this anymore.
SNC brings you the news that matters, told with integrity and clarity. Watch Salem News Channel free 24/7 on your television. Stream now on Pluto TV.
AM 560. The Answer.
Top of the morning, Dan Proft here, and that sound means it's time for In-Depth History with Frank, the history teacher from Arlington Heights, because there's nothing new in this world, just the history you don't know, and Frank does. Frank, take it away.
Good morning. One of the 7 wonders of the ancient world was the Colossus of Rhodes, a 108-foot-tall bronze sculpture of the god Helios that adorned the entrance to the harbor of that commercial island just southwest of modern Turkey. Built in 294 BC to celebrate a military victory versus Macedon, it was destroyed by an earthquake just 68 years later. In the year 64 AD, made more for vanity's sake, was the Colossus of Nero before the mentally ill emperor's demise. And a power vacuum occurred from which the emperor Vespasian emerged, who along with his son Titus put down a revolt in Judea. The soldiers then destroyed the Second Temple, of which only the outer western wall remains today. Something actually built by Vespasian, though, was the Flavian Amphitheater, which soon became known as the Colosseum because of its proximity to the revised Colossus, now of Sol, the sun god. When it opened in the year 80, the shows put on were the ultimate in excess. Exotic animals like giraffes, zebras, and hippos were imported from Africa. There's even a special one-time flooding of the venue's floor to recreate the Greek naval defeat of the Persians at the Battle of Salamis in 480 BC. This was one well-endowed circus. In our own times, former Cub Nick Castellanos recently criticized the All-Star Game, saying, It's turning into the Savannah Bananas in reference to the goofy trick baseball team down south. Agreed. Baseball is reaching a level of funding and absurdity that make it almost unwatchable. For some people, this is literally true because of local blackouts on MLB TV. The Technorama umping and stats, anodyne announcers, and Gilded Age pricing all dilute the experience. And don't get me started on Ghost Runners or the just awful City Connect uniforms. Our sports are thankfully not as violent as Rome's, but our baseball blue bloods, the lords of the realm, are working hard on ruining America's pastime.
I don't know. What do you think about the Savannah Bananas? I think that it's kind of fun. It reminds me of like Mike Veck and the St. Paul Saints. I think with a minor league team, you can do something like that.
Well, sure. It's just a sign of our excess and gluttony, though. I mean, that you're taking the sport and just making fun of it.
Well,
go ahead.
No, well, I mean, okay. So, I mean, given that you're clearly a baseball fan, did you want to remark on the passing of one Ryne Sandberg?
Oh, horrible. Yeah. What a player. I mean, I remember that game versus St. Louis when I think it was 84 that he just
June of 84, June 23rd. Yeah. The 2 homers against Bruce Sutter. We played the Harry Carey calls earlier in the program.
Exactly.
Yeah. Good stuff. Frank, good stuff as always. Thank you very much, Frank.
Thank you.
In this History Minute, we'll post that on X for your reading pleasure. Coming up at 7:07, we'll talk to former Orland Park Mayor Keith Pika with a cautionary tale. It is now 7 o'clock on AM 560 WIND Chicago.
He had a history of mental health issues. I'm Dave Anthony, Fox News. The gunman who drove cross-country from Nevada, then walked into an office building in New York City last night and started shooting.
It was an M4 rifle, and we also found a revolver in the vehicle with ammunition and magazines.
Police Commissioner Jessica Tisch, he killed 4 people, including an officer.
Didarel Islam, he was shot and killed. He was only 36 years old, working off-duty security at this building. It was like a second job. It was a program through the NYPD to get extra hours and money. He was married with 2 little boys, and his wife is pregnant with their 3rd child.
Fox's Alexis McAdams outside the building on Park Avenue in Manhattan, where the gunman also killed himself.
The New York Post had some information this morning that we're trying to confirm as well, talking about how the gunman played football in high school and had struggled with CTE, reportedly leaving a note in his pocket inside. Could that be a motive? That is still the question.
Another person was wounded, and an executive with the NFL, which has offices in the building. 3 people were killed, 3 wounded in another shooting outside a Reno, Nevada casino. That gunman was shot by police and hospitalized. Russia launched new attacks on Ukraine, killing at least 22 people the day after President Trump shortened his deadline for Russia to stop the war or face new economic sanctions.
The word from the Kremlin and Dmitry Medvedev is ominous. Quote, he should remember 2 things. 1, Russia isn't Israel or even Iran. 2, each new ultimatum is a threat and a step towards war. Not between Russia and Ukraine, but with his own country.
The president says Fox's Peter Doocy at the White House. The president's now out golfing at his new course in Scotland. He'll fly back to Washington later. This is going to be a really hot day. Advisories, Nebraska down to Florida, up to New Hampshire. Extreme heat warnings in some areas.
These are feels like, so it's the heat plus the humidity. 110, 111 in Savannah, 109 in Jackson, 110 in Memphis. So a lot of spots getting at least up to triple digits.
Meteorologist Adam Klotz. America's listening to Fox.
Good morning from Chicago's AM 560, The Answer Newsroom. I'm Bob Stevenson. 38-year-old man is facing some hate crime charges for spray painting racist and anti-Semitic graffiti across Little Village. One target included a local Latino community center. Now he'll be appearing in court sometime today. A woman is facing attempted murder charges. She allegedly ran over her ex-boyfriend. No, not just one time. She did it twice during an argument. She was arrested down in Texas and then extradited back here to Chicago. A judge has placed her on electronic monitoring. Chicago police say 35-year-old Patrick Beck was killed by hit and run on South Cicero Avenue. He was struck by a black sedan. Later, he died at the hospital. So far, no suspects are in custody. Chicago police are investigating a fatal stabbing on the south side. 71-year-old man was stabbed in the abdomen after arguing with another man right there on West 63rd Street. He later died at the hospital. Suspect was arrested at the scene. A mother and 2 others facing charges after allegedly kidnapping a 2-year-old girl from a South Side home. Police say the trio took the child during a robbery. That girl was found safe in Danville, Illinois. As Fiesta Soul begins in Pilsen, organizers are asking ICE, please don't show up unannounced. Concerns are following a recent federal presence at another Chicago event. Community leaders say immigrant families need to feel safe while they're doing their celebrating. Yeah, we've been telling you good news this morning. That little 2-month-old puppy named Peter that was taken from a Chicago shelter Sunday night has been found and returned safely. Shelter staff thank the community. They say they're focusing now on finding him a good home. This news is a service of Anthony DeGrotto, your local State Farm agent. Combine your home, auto, and life insurance. Anthony DeGrotto and his team will do the work for you. Visit DeGrottoSF.com. Check the roads coming up in 2 minutes on AM 560, The Answer.
Join John Anthony, host of Black and Right, for a cruise on Lake Michigan, Saturday, September 6th. Come aboard the luxury yacht Free Spirit for a fun afternoon with fellow AM 560 listeners. Enjoy great food and beverages and be a part of the live broadcast of Black and Right with John Anthony. Tickets are on sale now at 560theanswer.com/cruise. That's 560theanswer.com/cruise.
Most people have no idea there's an invisible gap in their home's protection. This invisible threat is house stealing. Con artists pick a house. They transfer the deed of this house into their name by obtaining the forms, using the fake IDs, and filing the paperwork with proper authorities. Now they own the home. Protect your home from this invisible gap. Check on your home's title right now at HomeTitleLock.com. Be sure to use promo code RADIO and they will send you a complete title scan of your home's title. And your first 30 days of triple lock title protection is free. HomeTitleLock.com.
Quiet down, here she comes. Shh. Surprise! Your accountant just emailed to say your quarterly taxes are way higher than you were expecting.
At Progressive, we know small business owners don't usually like surprises because they cost you money. But a good surprise that could save you money? Getting discounts with a commercial auto quote from Progressive.
Also, your favorite employee is leaving. They're going to pursue their dream of being a veterinarian.
Surprise yourself. See if you can save in as little as 7 minutes at ProgressiveCommercial.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Discounts not available in all states or situations.
Welcome back to Ask Hasselus.
Hey, it's your favorite car dealer, Honest Eddie. Is it true that there are no employees at Hasselus Mattress?
It's true. Give the mattresses a try with no pushy sales guy. And through Monday, get additional instant savings of $248 off Sealy Posturepedic and Beauty Rest.
Son, you gotta pressure people. Like, what do I have to do to get you into a new mattress today?
Uh-oh, you're breaking up. Gotta go.
Wait, no, let me talk to my manager.
Find an employee-free showroom near you at Hasselus.com.
Taking a look at your drive in the Team Hochberg Traffic Center with traffic, a service of Fox Valley Coins. Eden's inbound Lake Cook to Montrose, 17 minutes. Eden's outbound Montrose to Lake Cook, 14 minutes. On the Kennedy inbound, there is a crash. O'Hare to Byrne Interchange, you're looking at 41 minutes. The crash is blocking the Kennedy outbound off-ramp to the Tri-State Tollway. On the Kennedy outbound Byrne Interchange to O'Hare, 40 minutes. You're solid outbound Fullerton to Keeler Avenue. And Eisenhower inbound Jane Addams to the Old Post Office, a 41-minute ride. On the Eisenhower outbound Old Post Office of Jane Addams, 43 minutes. There's a crash outbound after Harlem. Just moved to your right shoulder, adding to it. And the Stevenson inbound, 355 to Lakeshore Drive, 35 minutes. A 29-minute ride on the Stevenson outbound from Lakeshore Drive to 355. On the Dan Ryan inbound, 95th to Byrne Interchange, 17 minutes. On the Dan Ryan outbound, Byrne Interchange to the 95th, you're looking at 11 minutes. I'm KT. Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Now here's the latest forecast from QC Kinetics.
Today, expect a heavy morning thunderstorm, then turning hot with clouds clearing for some sunshine. Watch for possible flash flooding and strong winds. The high will reach 93. Tonight, skies will be partly cloudy, staying warm and humid with scattered thunderstorms. The low will drop to 73. I'm meteorologist Jason Caterina on AM 560, The Answer.
Get the latest weather, traffic, and news updates online at 560theanswer.com. Now, from the Signature Bank Studios, this is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft on AM 560, The Answer.
Top of the morning, Dan Proft here. Cautionary tale in Orland Park. We've talked quite a bit about Orland Park over the last several years because Orland Park, I should say, was the location of, in my estimation, and I'm a political supporter, so clearly biased, but the best mayor in the state of Illinois. That was Keith Pekow, who served 2 terms as mayor of Orland Park and won a surprise victory some 9 years ago, taking out an incumbent mayor who had been there for 25 years, who was turning Orland Park into his personal playground and enriching himself, attempting to enrich himself in the process at the municipal level, like we see happen at the state or federal level so often. You know, the $150,000, $200,000 salaries for a part-time job as mayor, where you have a professional village manager and staff and so forth. Those sorts of things. Make it your little fiefdom, like you're a Chicago alderman or something. And Orland Park is sort of, Orland and Tinley are sort of the 2 last bastions of center-right thinking in the south and southwest suburbs. But, you know, there are a lot of folks in the Republican Party in this state who are kleptocrats, behave just like the Democrats do, and are happy to, you know, change their stripes and change their political positions in order to gain access to the machinery of local power so as to assist themselves and their friends. And this was what Keith Pekow was fighting against and was successfully fighting against for 8 years. And, you know, one of the things that you'll remember about Pekow, if you pay attention to this program, is he did probably the best job, certainly the best job of any mayor in Illinois during COVID, maybe in the country, in terms of his briefings to the public on COVID, what the competing state and federal policies were throughout that whole saga, what was being done at the municipal level that could be done at the municipal level and the basis for it, briefings, charts, graphs, what we know about the science and data, whether it was on the actual virus or ultimately on the vaccines and so forth. He is one of those guys who's an explainer in chief, right? He tells you what he wants to do, why he wants to do it, then how he's going to go about it, and then reports back. What a concept. Well, as we talked about in the spring, he lost his election to Jim Dodge, a longtime village trustee there, who once upon a time ran for state comptroller under the Republican ticket, lost in the primary. Jim Dodge, and a lot of it was sort of an ancillary issue, one would think, which is this fight that Keith Pekow got in with a particularly obstreperous segment of the Muslim community in the southwest suburbs. And it seemed like that probably was the difference maker in terms of Pekow losing a close election rather than winning close elections as he has the last 2 times. And frankly, the fact that they were close elections, particularly a second go around in a district that, in a municipality that went 60-40 for Trump, just speaks to another problem we have, which is Trump voters only coming out for Trump and not paying attention to what's going on in their backyard. And that's a problem actually for the electorate generally, but particularly in communities where you have that sort of advantage of sensible, sort of solution-oriented people that participate in federal elections, or at least that participate when Trump is on the ballot in a federal election, but then sort of take a powder when it comes to state and local. And then you wonder why state and local goes haywire. And that's what seems to be happening already in Orland Park, the going haywire piece of it. For more on this, we're pleased to be joined by the former mayor of Orland Park, Keith Pekow. Keith, thanks for being with us.
Thanks for having me again, Dan.
So, I mean, the reason I wanted you on the show is not just to, get into the minutia of local politics at Orland Park, but to sort of talk about cautionary tales. You have a municipality that's doing well in a tough circumstance, given the policy making over the top at the state level. And for all the wrong reasons, the community makes a change. And, now you could see the southwest suburbs go the same way as the south suburbs went. I mean, that is something that is very possible. And perhaps many Orland Park residents are not far-sighted enough to appreciate that danger.
Yeah, within 8 weeks, they added $1.5 million a year in patronage jobs and patronage contracts. And if you extrapolate that out, you either have to get rid of capital programs or you have to borrow for it. And if you extrapolate $1.5 million out at a 3% growth rate over 20 years, that's $40 million in debt and $20 million in interest, $60 million bucks. It's real money that they did in 8 weeks. And Dodge is now out amongst the media saying that I left this with $250 million of debt, except the audit shows we had $90 million of debt. So he's signaling what he's going to do. He's going to bury us in debt. And mind you, as a trustee, he went from $13 million in debt to $110 in his time as a trustee. It's gone from $110 to $90 under me. And now he's already signaling, well, it was 3 weeks ago, it was $200 million. I think yesterday on WGN or the other day on WGN, it was $250 million. So it keeps going up.
Just making
that's what the Orland Park people have to look forward to. And it was undone. That's the sad part. In 8 weeks, this was undone.
So he's sort of making up numbers so that when he increases the debt through things like patronage hiring and whatever else he has planned, he can say, well, this is all stuff I inherited.
That's exactly what he's doing. Exactly what he's doing. And it makes me more cynical maybe than what I even was when I see in 8 weeks how fast it was undone.
Well, and then this sort of curious development, you're sort of getting the Trump classified documents treatment here from the archivist before before an FBI or maybe an Orland Park police raid. You've got cease and desist letters from village attorneys, clearly at the behest of Dodge, the mayor, saying that you're essentially not allowed to talk about Orland Park business, and any documents you have in your possession you're to return, and so on and so forth. And I got one of the cease and desist letters. I got this from you, and it has attachments that are your writings, emails you send out, that are supposedly evidence of this wrongdoing you're engaged in. And all it really seems to me is you commenting on the policy decisions that are being made from a position of experience, having served as mayor for 8 years. But it doesn't seem to me like there's anything here that is violative of attorney-client privilege or any other right that the village has against you commenting on public policy just like any other resident.
Yeah, I commented on public policy. I know more than anyone else does about what's going on, so I correct the record when they're lying about the record. And the other thing I've told them to do, which they seem to be very, very upset about, is I've told people to FOIA specific records. I didn't put any records out. I just said these records exist, and go FOIA them. They are really upset about that. So the question you have to ask yourself is, what are they afraid of? What don't they want the public to know?
And they're not
want to know.
And I'm sorry.
Know about their behavior.
Well, just like a baseline question, the documents you're suggesting they FOIA, you know they exist, but also you know that they are FOIAble. In other words, they would have to be disclosed under FOIA law, Freedom of Information Act. And so, right, I mean, this if that's indeed the case, then not only what are they afraid of, what is their level of commitment to transparency and being, honest in a fulsome way with their constituents?
For sure. They hired back a village manager, and they gave a large patronage contract to a communications director that they're both no longer employed with the village. That had numerous instances of where they had warnings, they were on performance improvement plans, et cetera. All that stuff, any discipline is FOIAble, as are the documents that caused that to happen. And those reports also, trustees have mentioned them on the board floor. As you know, anything that's mentioned on the board floor becomes immediately FOIAble, even if it's attorney-client privileged information. As soon as it's mentioned on the board floor, it's FOIAble. So all of these things are FOIAble. Now, people can FOIA them. They can redact whatever they think they need to redact. But they don't want the public to know that these things exist. And they don't want the public to know what's really going on. They don't want the public to know the history of these people and what they're bringing back to the village.
And what is your intuition about well, not even intuition, but I mean, what is it that they're doing? You saw patronage jobs, and people say, everybody does that. I mean, is there something unique about what you're anticipating Dodge doing that sort of rises to a new low?
Well,
falls to a new low, I guess I should say.
I mean, so you understand, a village manager who's supposedly a member of a professional organization as the village manager, who resigns, leaves, goes and works on Dodge's campaign, and then we get FOIA'd for a bunch of things that are inside information that frankly only he knew because of our form of government. He had went out and gotten these bids and all, and then accused us of these things, right? So, and that's the guy that's back. And I know the things that he tried to do while he was here, and we stopped him as a board. We said, no, that's not going to happen. So those things are coming back, and it's going to be tons of spending. It's going to be tons of new taxes. It's going to be tons of debt, just like you hear Jim Dodge talking about already. So all of these things are coming, and it's not good for the people of Overland Park.
And the reaction from, say, like the business community and other people that have skin in the game in Overland Park, in addition to potentially being a resident. What's the reaction been sort of since you lost in the spring and April, and now, the first couple months of the experience with the new administration?
I think the people I talk to, of course, most of them are people who support me, so they're very upset. Most of them are planning on packing up and leaving, like many of us are in Illinois. They're like, this was the last bastion, we're gone. My sense for business owners is they're ducking and covering. They're just keeping their heads down and seeing what's coming next. I mean, look what's happening to me. The cease and desist. Another letter on Sunday. I mean, I'm pretty sure there'll be a lawsuit by Friday. And frankly, if they had an FBI under their control, I already would have been raided in the middle of the night.
And and also too, I mean, what you and your wife are subjected to. I mean, sort of the kind of scurrilous politics. Again, maybe people are completely inert to this, but I've been around for a long time, and I'm pretty thick-skinned, and I've heard and seen it all. But some of what was being alleged and the way it was being alleged was, bottom feeding doesn't quite aptly describe it.
Dan, so all the robocalls and everything else they were doing. Just last week, where my wife teaches, there were robocalls being sent to her parents, and now she teaches in a school that's over 50% Arabic, and said that she's racist and don't let your kids be in a classroom with her. That's the type of stuff. And now I lost months ago, and they're still doing that to my wife.
Saying the robocalls to parents of kids in her school saying that she's racist against Muslim kids, and she won't allow them in her class. That's what they're saying.
No, that they should contact the school to not allow them in the class. Do not allow her.
Oh, I see.
Along with that,
I see.
Right? And so that puts her at risk.
Yeah.
And it's unacceptable. And these calls have been going on for 6 months or 8 months. So imagine that. This is the group that got behind Jim Dodge. But it's continued after the election. I mean, elections are bad enough, and it was wrong during that, but to continue that after the election is unacceptable. And this is why good people don't run, but it's a cautionary tale to all people who are voters that you need to keep paying attention. You mentioned the Trump voters not coming out. It's not just Trump voters. My voters didn't come out. I ran for Congress in 2022 in a gubernatorial cycle. President wasn't even up. 2/3 of Overland Park was in my district. 1/3 wasn't. In that 2/3, I received 15,000 votes. Yet for mayor, all 3 times, 7,000 votes.
Right.
People aren't showing up to vote.
Right. And this is how you allow a thugocracy to take hold. It doesn't just happen in Dalton. Just to reset the table, the segment of the Muslim population in and around Orland that came after you, What was the genesis of that? I just recall a meeting, a village board meeting that got contentious, and it was basically, you can have your right to say whatever you want, but you have to, abide the rules. We're not going to have yelling and so on and so forth. Come to the microphone. You got your 3 minutes, that sort of thing. But what's the subtext of all that?
So the subtext is they demanded that we call for a ceasefire. As we have learned, this was all a setup to try and set up Dodge for his run for mayor. So they all spoke. We allowed them to speak. Then I spoke. And then as I was speaking, I was interrupted, screamed at, effing Zionist pig and all kinds of other things. We cleared the room for safety. And then we resumed the meeting. And we resumed the meeting. We finished the meeting. By 8 o'clock that morning, CARE had already put out a video, spliced video of what I had said, to say that I was a racist. And that was what they ran for a year. And that's essentially why the election was lost.
Because
I believe it went from about 450 Arab voters to about 3,000 in that last election.
Because they or some of them wanted you and the village board to pass a resolution calling for a ceasefire in Gaza, and you didn't want to do that because not exactly in the lane of the village of Orland Park. And that was and just that sort of fight they instigated, rhetorical fight they instigated, that was the basis to smear you accordingly and whip the vote.
That was the basis, but that wasn't the reason, because they haven't asked Dodge for a ceasefire. It was all about getting someone they could control into the mayor's office.
Mm-hmm.
And that was not going to happen. And Dan, you've known me for 8 years, so one thing no one's going to do is control me.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to do what I think is right. And, sometimes even that right goes against what you and I deep-seated beliefs, right?
Mm-hmm.
Having to increase a tax because we just have no other way out other than not provide services that the people expect because of what was left behind, the $110 million of debt, right, that was left for us. So that was, those types of things, we just did the right thing and we explained to people why we were doing it.
It's interesting. I mean, what's your future in Orland Park?
Like others, I'm not long for Orland Park. All my kids are out of state. My grandkids are out of state. I think as far as relatives left in the state of Illinois, I have an aunt, and I have a couple of cousins who are much younger than me. I think that's about all that I have left. And I have a lot of friends left, and my business has been my operating business was sold in 2019, so I don't have that time in here, and my other business can go anywhere. So that's for me. Illinois is a lost cause. I don't see it ever recovering until it crashes and hits bottom.
But I mean, it's interesting that you're 1 foot out the door, but you're still engaged in this back and forth because you've taken the attitude that, well, I'm going to at least continue to fight while I'm still here, because why not?
Well, I know more about what's going on than anyone does, obviously, as mayor for 8 years. And I think I would do a disservice to the people who elected me to not keep them informed, at least stay engaged in the fight, at least keep trying. But, don't expect me, and I've heard to run for this, run for that, right? Don't expect that to happen. I was here for 8 years. There was an opportunity I was staying for 4 more, frankly, because we were in a position we could have left Illinois, in a year from now. I didn't have to run again, right?
Yeah.
I did because I felt obligated to continue to do what I had promised I would do. And at this point, I feel like with the information that I have, with the knowledge that I have, I owe it to the public to keep them informed. And I pray that somebody else picks up the baton and fights. Because if they don't, they're going to get run over. And you weren't that far off. It's going to look like Dalton.
Yeah, it's one of those things. I don't know why it is that no good deed goes unpunished in Illinois politics, and just over and over again, these rapacious tax eaters and identitarian thugs and Republican turncoats, work together, frankly, to fleece people, and yet it seems to be largely without consequence, at least permanent consequence. I was reading. It's funny, because I was reading this piece about Mike Dugan, the mayor of Detroit, who improbably back in 2013, after Detroit went through, it was the largest municipal failure in terms of bankruptcy in U.S. history. Mike Dugan comes in, first white dude elected mayor of Detroit in 40 years, wins as a write-in candidate with a predominantly black population. He's a Democrat, but sort of titularly. Now he's running for governor of Michigan as an independent. And, he was recently named by Governing Magazine America's Most Effective City. He has turned Detroit around over the last 8 years. Now, it's still got a long way to go, but in terms of quality of life metrics, that city is, rising from the ashes of what it was a decade ago. And so the point is to say that local leadership matters. We see it in Chicago in reverse, and Brandon Johnson and Lori Lightfoot before him, and frankly, Rahm Emanuel before him, and frankly, Daley before him. And it can happen, in one of these leafy communities that you think is far away from all the problems of urban America, like you see in the Southland. To think that can happen when you choose kleptocrats over, honest, policy-oriented solutionists, to think it can't happen in your community, you're wrong. You're wrong. And I don't know why, Detroit can figure it out and places like Orland Park can't. I don't know. But Keith Pico, we appreciate it.
Thank you very much for having me, Dan. I appreciate it.
Keith Pico, former mayor of Orland Park, joined us on the Turnkey.Pro answer line.
Hear about the big stories of the day, then talk about them right here on Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
People ask us all the time, when's the best time to replace an old air conditioner? Simple. Before it breaks. Because when it does, it'll be the hottest day of the year, and suddenly you're scrambling like hundreds of others to get help during a heat wave. At Air Right Heating and Cooling, we've seen it all. We know there's never a good time to be without AC, especially in Chicagoland, where the humidity can make 80 degrees feel like 100. At Air Right, our experienced technicians don't just work fast, they'll do it right. Browse through our more than 1,500 five-star Google reviews to see what our loyal customers love most about us. If it's been a while since your system was inspected, don't wait for a heat wave before having it checked out. And right now, AM 560 listeners receive $56 off any service. Visit Air Right Heating and Cooling today at AIR-RITE.com. Again, that's AIR-RITE.com. Air Right, doing it right since 1959.
You know what really keeps me up at night? It's the criminals feel more and more bold. They have no fear of any consequences because there are none. So I did what anyone with a family should do. I called Goldilocks. They're not just some cookie-cutter security company. Goldilocks has been protecting Chicagoland homes and businesses for 4 decades, 40 years. And they actually listen. Their technician comes out to the house. He takes a look at what you need to make your house a smart home with a security system you can monitor from anywhere. It's built specifically for me and my family. Motion sensors, smart locks, cameras, monitoring, all customized. I don't trust anybody in Illinois to protect my family. I do it, and I did it by calling Goldilocks. I trust Goldilocks to keep my house, my property, and my family safe. Tell them Sean Thompson sent you, and Goldilocks will include 3 months free monitoring with any new installation. Call Goldilocks at 708-899-5600. That's 708-899-5600. Or visit them online at GoldilocksInc.com.
AM 560. The Answer.
Staying state and local, coming up at 7:37, we'll talk to Mark Lennon, founder and executive editor of WirePoints, wirepoints.org. All things Illinois policy related. 7:37. Now we check the headlines.
Good morning in the Chicago AM 560 The Answer Newsroom. I'm Bob Stevenson. A shooting yesterday in downtown New York has left several dead, including a police officer.
4 people inside that building who were not part of the NYPD, unfortunately, we're also learning were killed. And 3 of them died on the way to the hospital. We're learning 1 was already dead when police and first responders got to the scene of the shooting. The police officer who was killed was running security in the lobby. So everyone in the building should have been aware that this was happening pretty immediately. And people put up barricades, just couches and office chairs stacked up against doors as people heard the gunshots likely and then acted to save their lives.
Here in Chicago, a 71-year-old man was stabbed in the abdomen after arguing with another man on West 63rd Street. He later died at the hospital. The suspect was arrested at the scene. This news is a service of AlmostFreeTeeth.com. You've been getting high quotes for dental implants. With medical PPO insurance, it's possible to save 90% off on average. See if you qualify today at AlmostFreeTeeth.com. Making smiles great again. Checking the roads coming up in the next couple of minutes on AM 560, The Answer.
Charlie Kirk sees a generation that doesn't own anything.
When you rent a car from Hertz or from Avis, do you wash it? Of course not. It's not yours. And it's no different than how people are living in apartments endlessly till they're 32, 33. And what's happened is an entire generation, they're making their landlords rich, and they're experiencing none of the upside of this economy.
The Charlie Kirk Show. Weekdays at 11, right before Scott Jennings at 1 on AM 560. The Answer.
It's Reveille. August will soon be here, and that means parents will be dropping their kids off for college. In Illinois, it will be the middle to high income parents who will struggle to pay the high cost of even in-state tuition, fees, room, and board. Politicians and the bureaucrats who run the state schools will try to tell them that the state underfunds higher education in Illinois, but that's not true. When you compare Illinois taxpayer support for higher education to the rest of the states, we're number one. SHIO, the State Higher Education Executive Officers Association, is out with their FY 2024 state finance report. Their data tells the real story. Illinois taxpayers spend $25,529 per full-time higher ed student. The next closest state is Wyoming at $21,109. The U.S. average is $11,683, making taxpayer support in Illinois over 2 times greater than the U.S. average. SHIO recognizes Illinois as a special category in their annual reports on finance, noting that each year, approximately 1/3 of education appropriations in Illinois go towards the state's retirement pension system. But even considering the amount that goes towards pensions, Illinois still ranks number 4 in taxpayer support. This is important information, especially if and when education funding comes up in discussions with administrators who may send subtle messages to parents that only if the state provided more money, then we could lower tuition costs. Like every other government-funded operation in Illinois, revenue is not the issue, costs are. Higher ed is bloated with administration and non-classroom services and unaffordable pensions. It's time for all those management graduates from U of I's business school to sharpen their pencils and figure out how to deliver a better value to taxpayers, students, and families. I'm Jeannie Ives. Join me on Sunday night from 7 to 9 p.m. and sign up for my newsletter at breakthrough-ideas.com.
You need a construction company, but who?
Call Crosscom.
A construction company you can trust that shares your Christian and conservative values. For decades, Crosscom has been doing work in Chicagoland, Northwest Indiana, and Wisconsin. Roofs, siding, windows, doors, gutters, basically everything for your home or business, even solar. Quality work and professional services that make you feel great about your decision to work with Crosscom.
Call Crosscom.
630-871-5500. Give them a chance to earn your business. If your repairs are due to storm, fire, or flood damage, you need to
call Crosscom.
They're licensed public adjusters. They work for you, not the insurance company. Crosscom will work to get you the money you deserve, the maximum payout. They know the insurance companies and how to deal with them. They win for you.
Call Crosscom.
Crosscom Construction and Public Adjusters.
This is Dan Lights with Crosscom. You can trust us with your home or business for high-quality work and fair prices. It's the only way we do business.
630-871-5500. CrosscomPublicAdjusters.com.
Viking, dedicated to creating travel experiences for the thinking person, with programs designed for cultural enrichment on board and on shore. Discover more at Viking.com.
Taking a look at your drive in the Team Hochberg Traffic Center with traffic, a service of Blindster.com. On the Edens inbound, Lake Cook to Montrose, 16 minutes. Edens outbound, Montrose to Lake Cook, 14 minutes. On the Kennedy inbound, O'Hare to Byrne Interchange, a 42-minute ride. A 44-minute travel time, Kennedy outbound, Byrne Interchange to O'Hare. Eisenhower inbound, Jane Addams to Old Post Office, a 47-minute ride. Traffic is solid inbound between Manheim to Sacramento Boulevard. On the Eisenhower outbound, Old Post Office at Jane Addams, a 48-minute ride. There is a crash on your right shoulder outbound after Harlem, adding to it. On the Stevenson inbound, 355 to Lakeshore, 34 minutes. Heavier as you approach the Dan Ryan ramp. On the Stevenson outbound, Lakeshore Drive to 355, 26 minutes. A 16-minute ride on the Dan Ryan inbound between 95th and the Byrne Interchange. Dan Ryan outbound, Byrne Interchange to 95th, just under 15 minutes. I'm KT. Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Now, here's the latest forecast from QC Kinetics.
Today, expect a heavy morning thunderstorm, then turning hot with clouds clearing for some sun. Be cautious as storms may cause flash flooding and strong winds. The high will reach 93. Tonight, anticipate partly cloudy skies with warmth and humidity along with scattered thunderstorms. The low will be 73. I'm meteorologist Jason Caterina on AM 560, The Answer.
Get the latest weather, traffic, and news updates online at 560theanswer.com. Now, from the Signature Bank Studios.
Insert Democrat socialist here.
Runs the Democratic House for 30 plus years running. He's promising this and he's stealing that. Where can you get that kind of money? He's using your house like his own piggy bank. You ought to know by now. You can pay off your house here in Illinois, but you can never keep up with the taxes. Oh, how it's always been the plan to have a taxpayer pay, no doubt. Not a matter of if anymore, but when. You're moving out. I said, when you're moving out.
Top of the morning, Dan Proft here. Property taxes, they're going up. That's not me saying it. That's the chief financial officer for the city of Chicago, Jill Jaworski. Property tax increase is likely because the city has a $1 billion budget hole. And, of course, CPS has something approximating that. Boy, they were flush just a few minutes ago, so they said. So we know from the COVID money that was drop-shipped, printed and drop-shipped to state and local governments. Not so much anymore. They chew through that like termites, as is their wont. And we're seeing, by the way, stories very similar. I saw yesterday in the Tribune, the city of Aurora facing a budget deficit. They're trying to figure out what to do. It's the same old, same old. So what do? Well, like Willie Sutton, they go where the money is, and that is to already tax-weary businesses and residents. Wirepoints.org has some of the data. Chicago's businesses pay the second highest commercial property taxes among big cities in America. 3.78% effectively. Only, ironically, city I was just mentioning, Detroit is higher slightly. Mike Dugan could get everything done. The residential property taxes, 11th highest among big cities in America. However, still less than the suburbs. I mean, the 1.5%. I mean, that's a fraction of what it is in some of the suburban communities of Lake County and elsewhere, where you don't have commercial subsidizing residential the way that you do in Cook, different than the other 101 counties. So it's the same story, destroying equity, or, well, whether it's residential or commercial, destroying equity and driving people out of their minds and then out of the state. For more on this and other Illinois policy-related matters, Mark Lennon, founder and executive editor of WirePoints.org, joins us for a weekly conversation on these topics. Mark, thanks for joining us.
Thank you, Dan. Good morning.
So the property tax issue, it's something that it seems like you get almost universal complaints about for those who actually pay attention to these sorts of things and feel it in terms of their bottom lines. But it continues to rise unabated, both commercial and residential.
It's been a real hot button, from all we've seen. I mean, it's really annoys people, and you got to hand it to the politicians. They know what to go after that can't escape. People can leave, businesses can leave, but the property's not going to go anywhere. So they keep taking value away from that property year after year with higher increases. We've got a chart in that article you just mentioned. Chicago property taxes rose 3 times faster than inflation in the last decade. So it's basically just a gradual expropriation of your property, and your property can't run away, unfortunately.
Well, it can't run away, but it can lay fallow. Isn't that what we see in the Southland? Isn't that what we see on the west side and south side?
Well, there you go. I mean, that's exactly right. And if you make an improvement to the property, of course, it's going to add on a 3% annuity that you have to pay on the value of that. Who's going to do that? With commercial property that comes ahead of everybody, comes ahead of your equity and mortgagees even. So that's the consequence is empty and underutilized land and no improvements to residential or commercial properties. Southland is the hardest hit. You go, there used to be a wonderful shopping area in Chicago Heights, for example. It's a parking lot now, and that it's repeated place after place down there.
And this is all with that police and fire pension booster bill sitting on Pritzker's desk waiting to be signed. That calls for $7 billion more in taxpayer contributions to public safety pension plans for the next 3 decades. So, that's only going to drive property taxes ever higher.
An increase in pension benefits. This has dumbfounded some of the press around the country, the Wall Street Journal and others. But it passes for normal in the Illinois legislature. It's just astonishing. It's a reflection of how much they know they can get away with in Illinois. They just do whatever they feel like and thumb their nose at public opinion around the country, but they're apparently in Illinois as well.
And the CTA, that's in need of a bailout too. Really regional transit, but CTA, let's focus on that for a second because BLM Brandon, the mayor, came up with a solution this week to improve ridership, which is at about 2/3 of pre-COVID levels, and that is to really crack down on people smoking cigarettes, marijuana, or vapes on those trains. That should bring everybody back.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Obviously, there are problems that go beyond that. It's crime and the work from home trend. But you hit the fundamental problem exactly. It's ridership is down by about 1/3 since 2019. Yet the schedules and the spending have continued at the old pace. You can't do that. You've got to pull back service levels to match ridership. That is the clear solution, and they're simply don't have the will to do that.
I was interested in a follow-up to this story, too. You penned a piece about the once much ballyhooed Lion Electric and the latest development as that company filed for bankruptcy, despite all being hailed as a modern marvel by the political class and receiving state subsidies and so forth. Now, what has transpired?
Lion Electric, which is in a Canadian bankruptcy, it's a Canadian company, has announced, sorry, we can't honor any warranty and repair obligations for any of the buses we've sold in the United States. There's at least 2,300 of them, school buses, on the road in the United States that they've sold. Compliments of federal taxpayers. This is all subsidized, of course, by federal taxpayers to get these electric buses on the road. They don't work. They have repair problems, repair issues, and so who are you going to turn to get your bus fixed? Nobody, because legally, if in the bankruptcy, they're entitled to walk away from that obligation. They've shut down their one facility that they had in the United States that
Joliet.
Joliet, $900,000 square foot thing that Pritzker celebrated when it was announced. It's shuttered, so they have no presence in Illinois. Sorry, school districts, you are stiffed.
Right, and this has chastened J.B. Pritzker to make these deals where he is. I mean, I know he's an accomplished venture capitalist because he says he is, but this has chastened him about these sorts of industrial policy decisions, or no?
No. He just last month announced another subsidy for another Canadian bus company, Demera. It didn't get much press. I'm not surprised that the governor didn't talk about this one very much. But yeah, Demera is getting another package of incentives to open a plant in an electric bus company, and Pritzker's press release conveniently didn't mention the total cost of the package, and it's still to be quantified, but it's in the over $10 million. We know that for sure. And so we'll just keep doing the same thing over and over again.
The governor loves his Canadian electric bus manufacturers. There's no question about it. He is lashed to the masts of those Canadian electric bus manufacturers. One of those has to come in, Mark. One of those has to prove up. You just got to keep at it. You can't give up.
Yeah, good mentality for a game, but we're due. Yeah,
exactly. Yeah, this is a lock. Speaking of the enlightened leadership of the city and state, I found this interesting too. I mean, it really is just. I don't know exactly what it is. I almost think that she's doing it purposefully. Just like consistent with her, your kids are our kids, and I want a contract, a new CTU contract that costs $50 billion and 3 cents because why not? What are you going to do about it? I'm talking about Stacey Davis Gates. She is a water bill scofflaw again. She has about $1,000 in Chicago water and sewer trash bills that have gone unpaid, according to a FOIA request that was filed by the Illinois Policy Institute, and they received the past due bills. This is after her past due bills piled up for nearly 3 years in the same, water, sewer, trash, hit $5,700 at one point. She makes like at least $265,000 as the CTU president and Illinois Federation of Teachers executive vice president, a couple of revenue streams there. But she can't seem to pay her bills on time. She's not setting a great example for her minions, is she, Mark?
No, she matches her comrade, Mayor Johnson, too. Had a record of not paying his bills. What's the mentality here? I mean, it's not supposed to be optional to pay your bills on time, and it's setting the example is right. There's people on the other side that need to get these payments, and come on, it's not like these people are hard up either, as you say. She's far above what most rest of Chicagoans make in terms of income. It's insane.
It's surprising when people like that run up multi-billion-dollar deficits with other people's money. It's very, very surprising. Who would have thought that such a thing could happen? Mark Lennon, founder and executive editor of WirePoints, wirepoints.org, all things Illinois policy related. Thanks, Mark.
Thank you, Dan.
And Mark joined us on the Turnkey.Pro answer line.
It's news, opinion, insight. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer. Don't miss In Grace with Pastor Jim Scudder Jr. Now heard on Sunday mornings at 7:30. Tune in and find hope as Jim Scudder explores God's Word and His world each Sunday morning right here on AM 560. The Answer.
Barbecue, bags, and brews on the driveway sounds great about now, but are you ready to entertain on that dirty, oil-stained area you call your backyard? Why bother putting up the party lights in the garage when it'll only highlight the oil spills and stains on the concrete? No oil stain removal is too big or too small for Cabino Environmental. Homeowners and business owners can use the Cabino Oil Stain Remover. It's the most powerful oil stain lifting formula on the market. This is not the same stuff you think you can buy at the big box store. This is a concentrated stain lifter that goes deep into the concrete or brick for superior cleaning. You simply pour it onto the soiled area, let dry, and brush away. It really is that simple. If you need an expert that can come in and clean up the spill, click on CabinoEnvironmental.com. Their environmental response team will come to the rescue. For stains on your residential garage floor, patio, around the barbecue, parking lot, or driveways, go to CabinoEnvironmental.com to purchase the Cabino Oil Stain Remover. Can't wait? Cabino Oil Stain Remover is now available at your local rental max.
couple years ago, I was in the bathroom at the airport when I dropped my smartphone in the toilet. Not smart. I was multitasking when I should have been focused on the job at hand. Embarrassing, but I'm not alone. According to Google, 7 million other multitaskers accidentally dropped their phones into the bowl last year. A gentle reminder that right now you can get yourself a brand new Samsung Galaxy A36 absolutely free with a $35 plan from Pure Talk. The A36 comes with scratch-resistant Gorilla Glass and a battery that'll last all day, along with unlimited talk, text, and data on America's most dependable 5G network. In other words, it's tough and smart. Something to think about next time you're multitasking in the necessary. Just dial pound 250, say keyword Mike Rowe to get your free phone today. You can make the switch in just 10 minutes. That's pound 250. Say Mike Rowe to switch to a no-nonsense smartphone and a company that actually stands for something. Pure Talk.
Honey, we're not moving, but we gotta do something about this kitchen.
Funny you mention it. I just stopped by Forever Remodeling's new showroom in Niles. I saw over a dozen kitchen and bathroom layouts they designed. They even offered to stop by the house and give us a free in-home design consultation.
What'd you tell them?
That we're free today?
Visit foreverremodeling.com today. That's the number 4, everremodeling.com. Forever Remodeling, stress-free and high-quality remodeling.
This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell. Serving in the military requires great sacrifices, not just for one's country, but also for one's family. Not surprisingly, divorce for soldiers is especially difficult, and it raises a number of challenges that are peculiar to military divorce, things such as deployments, relocation, retirement benefits. These issues can be complicated. So if you're a soldier facing such challenges, go to CordellCordell.com.
2815 Old Jacksonville, Springfield. CordellCordell.com.
Hey, it's Mike Rowe, and if you want to do business with a company that actually stands for something, switch to Pure Talk. I did. Sure, I appreciate being on America's most dependable 5G network with unlimited talk and text for just $20 a month. But what I really appreciate is Pure Talk's commitment to our military and to our skilled workforce. That matters to me. Save 50% off your first month when you dial pound 250 and say keyword Mike Rowe. Pure Talk, a wireless company that actually stands for something.
Take the journey of living a happy, successful, and meaningful life through God. Listen to It's Time with Dan Lights, Sunday mornings at 9 on our sister station, AM 1160. Hope for your life. AM 560, The Answer.
Top of the morning, Dan Proft here. I hate to say I told you so, but I told you so. Last week, I played audio of the body cam video of this police stop, traffic stop, involving a 22-year-old black man named Will McNeil Jr. This is down in Jacksonville, Florida. And this is back from February of this year. The video has just been released and has now gone viral, of course, because it involves a young black man and at least some white officers, although there were also black officers because the white officer who pulled him over called for backup. And the police chief of Jacksonville Sheriff's Department, that sheriff there is also a black gentleman. But, you know, it's an opportunity to play racial politics. And I told you, even though this ended not with anybody getting shot, it ended with Will McNeil, who resisted arrest, getting arrested and charged with driving on a suspended license, resisting arrest nonviolently, possession of marijuana and associated paraphernalia. I told you that the race hustlers were going to seize on this. They need to. There's so little for them to hold on to that, of course, they have to try to demagogue this. And right on cue, although I'm surprised it took this long, I get a press release from Ben Crump's office. Civil rights legend Jesse Jackson to stand with William McNeil Jr. Jesse Jackson and civil rights leaders from across the nation will be in Chicago today at 10:30, Hyatt Regency. Remarks from McNeil and attorneys, as well as the good Jesse Jackson, reacting to the revelations that in addition to suffering a brutal beating, McNeil is lucky to be alive because at least one officer can be seen in body cam video having drawn his service weapon and aimed it directly at the 22-year-old, despite the fact he had shown no violence. Well, he didn't show violence, but he did resist arrest, and they had to break the window and pull him out of the car in order to arrest him. And that was on him because he opened the door, then failed to comply, closed the door, locked the door, and resisted arrest. That's not how it works. Anyway, as predicted, Jesse Jackson will be there to try to inflame racial animus, which he's done for the last, 6 decades. So why stop now? And Benjamin Crump is sort of Jesse Jackson Sr. with a law degree. By the way, just since we're on the topic of police, it is worth noting not just what happened yesterday in Midtown Manhattan with that mass shooting that took the life of 4 people, including a police officer, NYPD police officer, Didarul Islam, an immigrant from Bangladesh, married, father of 2, was killed, murdered by that shooter, 27-year-old from Vegas. I haven't seen motive yet, although it was interesting he chose to go up to that particular real estate office after he opened fire in the lobby. So maybe there's a connection there, but we'll update that story as information becomes available. I also wanted to point out, again, with respect, going back to McNeil and these stops and these domestic violence calls. 34-year-old Kansas sheriff's deputy was killed over the weekend, shot while responding to a domestic violence call. 34-year-old sheriff's deputy Elijah Ming gunned down as he approached a home in Kansas City after a woman concerned about her own safety requested a deputy to accompany her as she moved out of the residence. I know we're getting the sincerest condolences from the defund police crowd like Zoran Mamdani in New York over what happened in Midtown Manhattan yesterday. But just remember who these identitarian race hustlers are and the sorts of policies they will implement if given the opportunity. Coming up at 8:08, we're going to talk to law professor Richard Epstein about the case perhaps against the former president and certainly against intel and law enforcement heads as it pertains to Russiagate, the reckoning. It is now 8 o'clock, AM 560, WIND Chicago.
Why did he do it? I'm Dave Anthony, Fox News. That is a big question in New York City. The morning after a gunman, Shane Tamura, drove across the country from Nevada, walked into a high-rise on Park Avenue in Manhattan, and started shooting in the lobby, and then up on the 33rd floor, killing an off-duty police officer working security and 3 others until he shot and killed himself.
Mayor Eric Adams said a suicide note in Tamura's pocket claimed he suffered from a brain disorder, CTE, from playing in the NFL. But Adams told Fox 5 New York Tamura never played pro football.
We're still going through the suicide note to zero in on the exact reason, but at this time it appears as though something that is attached to his belief he experienced CTE from playing in the NFL.
NYPD Commissioner Jessica Tisch said Monday night Tamura has a documented history of mental issues.
Well, that's Fox's Gernal Scott, an executive with the NFL, which has offices in that building, was shot and wounded in the attack. Police in Nevada also trying to figure out why a man started shooting in the valet parking area outside a casino in Reno, killing 3 people, wounding 3 others. He's now hospitalized after police shot him. The Coast Guard has an investigation near Miami Beach the morning after a barge ran into a sailboat operated by a youth sailing camp, sending kids overboard under the barge.
2 children, girls, just 7 and 13, were pulled from the water, but then later died at the hospital. Still in critical condition this morning are an 8 and 11-year-old little girl.
Fox's Dana Marie McNichol near the scene. President Trump is out golfing on his new course in Aberdeen, Scotland, before ending his 5-day trip.
We'll play it very quickly, and then I go back to D.C., and we put out fires all over the world. We did one yesterday. As you know, we stopped a war.
Referencing the Thailand-Cambodia conflict, but the day after he shortened his deadline for Russia to stop the war in Ukraine, new attacks killed at least 22 people. There's a big deal on the railroad. Union Pacific is merging with Norfolk Southern. America's listening to Fox.
Good morning in Chicago's AM 560, The Answer Newsroom. I'm Bob Stevenson. A mother and 2 others face charges after allegedly kidnapping a 2-year-old girl from a South Side home. Police say the trio took the child who was during a robbery. The girl was found safe. That is great news. That was in Danville, Illinois. A 38-year-old man faces hate crime charges for spray painting racist and anti-Semitic graffiti across Little Village. One target included a local Latino community center. He is set to appear in court later today. A 2-month-old puppy named Peter was safely returned to a Chicago shelter yesterday. He was taken Sunday night, and that prompted public concern. Shelter staff thanked the community. They say they're now focused on finding Peter a good home. 4 teens were injured in a mass shooting in West Garfield Park after an argument. A 14-year-old boy was critically shot in the chest. 3 others, ages 13 to 16, were also hurt. Chicago police are investigating a fatal stabbing on the south side. A 71-year-old man was stabbed in the abdomen while arguing with another man on West 63rd Street. He later died at the hospital. The suspect was arrested at the scene. As Fiesta del Sol begins in Pilsen, organizers are asking ICE to not show up unannounced. Concerns follow a recent federal presence at another Chicago event. Community leaders say immigrant families need to feel safe when they're celebrating. A woman's facing attempted murder charges after allegedly running over her ex-boyfriend not once but twice with her car during an argument. She was arrested in Texas and extradited back here to Chicago. A judge has placed her on electronic monitoring. This news is a service of Quick Delivery Service. You can make Quick Delivery Service your personal ground crew anytime, anywhere, any place. When you need to move your shipment or freight, Quick Delivery will get it there. Get a quote in advance and eliminate any surprises at quickdelivery.com. Check the roads coming up just a couple of minutes, but time now for the AM 560 Business Beat.
I'm Charles Payne, and this is the Fox Business Report.
Union Pacific is buying Norfolk Southern in an $85 billion deal. If the sale is approved by regulators, it will create America's first transcontinental railroad, combining Union Pacific's dominance of the West with Norfolk Southern's network in 22 eastern states. The deal also requires support from labor unions. Boeing's spring quarter results are showing signs of the company making progress. It reported a smaller loss. CEO Kelly Ortberg says Boeing's fundamental changes to strengthen safety and quality are producing results. Boeing shares are up 2.5%. Drug company Novo Nordisk is lowering expectations for the year. Copycat versions of its weight loss medication Wegovy are cutting into its business. That's your Fox Business Report. I'm Jenny Coselda. Invested in you.
Biggest AM 560 event of the year is coming to Gobert's Farm in Pingree Grove on Friday, August 22nd. It's Sean Fest 2025. Join hundreds of fellow AM 560 listeners for the summer's best party. Be a part of the on-location broadcast with Sean Thompson, followed by live music, photo opportunities, food and dessert trucks, and it's all free. Registration is requested at 560theanswer.com/SeanFest. That's 560theanswer.com/SHAUNFEST.
Experience a luxurious summer when you visit Trump International Hotel and Towers Chicago, a Forbes Travel Guide 5-star hotel. Take in stunning views of the Chicago skyline from the heart of the city, steps away from the iconic Magnificent Mile and the revitalized Riverwalk. Treat yourself to exquisite dining at Terra 16 Restaurant and Rebar Lounge, overlooking the Chicago River and Lake Michigan. Catch the Navy Pier fireworks display from Terra 16's patio on Wednesdays and Saturdays all summer long. Relax in immaculately designed suites that offer the utmost level of comfort. Refresh in the state-of-the-art spa featuring a 75-foot swimming pool, steam and sauna rooms, relaxation lounge, and more. The Trump Hotel Chicago offers sophistication and elegance to downtown Chicago and is a convenient travel destination for your summer getaway. Simply visit Trump Chicago online to make your reservations today and search offers to find the never settle summer stay. Book today.
Most people have no idea there's an invisible gap in their home's protection. This invisible threat is house stealing. Con artists pick a house, they transfer the deed of this house into their name by obtaining the forms, using the fake IDs, and filing the paperwork with proper authorities. Now they own the home. Protect your home from this invisible gap. Check on your home's title right now at HomeTitleLock.com. Be sure to use promo code RADIO and they will send you a complete title scan of your home's title. And your first 30 days of triple lock title protection is free. HomeTitleLock.com.
Quiet down, here she comes. Surprise! Your accountant just emailed to say your quarterly taxes are way higher than you were expecting.
At Progressive, we know small business owners don't usually like surprises because they cost you money. But a good surprise that could save you money? Getting discounts with a commercial auto quote from Progressive.
Also, your favorite employee is leaving. They're going to pursue their dream of being a veterinarian.
Surprise yourself. See if you can save in as little as 7 minutes at ProgressiveCommercial.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Discounts not available in all states or situations.
Taking a look at your drive in the Team Hochberg Traffic Center with traffic service of Woodland Windows on the Edens inbound Lake Cook to Montrose, 16 minutes, a 20-minute ride. On the flip side, Kennedy inbound O'Hare to Byrne Interchange, a 47-minute ride. On the outbound Kennedy Byrne Interchange to O'Hare, 51 minutes, your solid outbound between Fullerton Avenue and Irving Park Road. On the Eisenhower inbound Jane Addams to Old Post Office, a 53-minute ride. On the flip side, Eisenhower outbound Old Post Office to Jane Addams, you're looking at 52 minutes. Outbound, still a crash, working to clear on your right shoulder after Harlem, adding to the slow go. On the Stevenson inbound, 355 to Lakeshore Drive, 49 minutes. Stevenson outbound, Lakeshore Drive to 355, 32 minutes. On the Dan Ryan inbound between 95th and the Byrne Interchange, you're looking at a 20-minute travel time and an 11-minute travel time on the flip side. I'm KT. Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Now here's the latest forecast from QC Kinetics.
Today, expect a heavy morning thunderstorm, then turning hot with clouds clearing for some sunshine. Watch for possible flash flooding and strong winds. The high will reach 93. Tonight, skies will be partly cloudy, staying warm and humid with scattered thunderstorms. The low will drop to 73. I'm meteorologist Jason Caterina on AM 560, The Answer.
Get the latest weather, traffic, and news updates online at 560theanswer.com.
This hourly segment is brought to you by The Real Story with Jeannie Ives, powered by Breakthrough Ideas, Sunday evening at 7 on AM 560, The Answer.
Now, from the Signature Bank Studios. This is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft on AM 560, The Answer.
Top of the morning, Dan Proft here. Just updating the story about that Midtown Manhattan mass shooting, that 27-year-old who murdered 4 people before turning the gun on himself, murdered 4 people, including an NYPD officer. In terms of motive, now consider the source, CNN, but CNN has sources that are saying that the shooter had a documented mental health history. A suicide note found in his pocket cited possible CTE-related struggles and grievances with the NFL, writing, quote, "You can't go against the NFL, they'll squash you." He had asked for his brain to be studied. He played competitive football in his youth. I don't know to what age. And the belief is, again, according to CNN's reporting, according to their sources, that the shooter mistakenly arrived on the 33rd floor after following a woman into an elevator. He thought the NFL offices were on the 33rd floor, or he thought he was going to the floor in which the NFL offices were on, rather than that real estate management firm that he ended up going to that floor. So he had an AR-15, we know. Police also discovered revolver, ammo, magazines, medication, and a rifle case in his vehicle. He had a Nevada concealed carry permit. Well, that's interesting if he had a mental health history. So if that all checks out, and that's an if, then there's certainly some further questions that will be asked and answers demanded. So just updating that story. All right, turning our attention back to Russiagate reckoning. There was an interesting back and forth over at the Free Press between Jed Rubenfeld, who's a constitutional lawyer, a constitutional law professor at Yale, and Josh Hammer, who is a senior counsel for the Article 3 project. That's Mike Davis's organization. Back and forth about whether or not there is the basis for criminal prosecutions based on what we know in the classified documents that have been declassified by Tulsi Gabbard and presented for public consumption. And, actually, the two of them turn out not to be very far apart. I think Josh Hammer is more open-minded about the prospect that Obama could have some exposure, whereas Rubenfeld basically takes the position that many have taken, which is that, it covers official acts, president's immunity, this was an official act. It was not in bucket 3 of the Supreme Court's 3-bucket test when it comes to their Trump v. U.S. opinion from last year. But he writes, does Jed Rubenfeld, for Brennan, Clapper, and Comey, however, it's a different story. They aren't protected by presidential immunity. And while they certainly didn't commit treason, the Gabbard files lay out conduct that could well have been criminal. And it goes to, what they said under oath versus what we now know they understood and were saying in private communications. He also goes on to say, a case can be made that conspiracy to defraud the United States took place as well. That's a different crime than perjury. If Brennan, Clapper, and Comey jointly tried to deceive investigators or Congress about the strength of the Russiagate allegations, or about their use of the Steele dossier in the intelligence community assessment, they may have conspired to defraud the government. If they agreed to withhold material information from Trump when they briefed the new president in 2017, that could also be considered a conspiracy to defraud the government. Unlike perjury, that crime extends much more broadly to deceitful attempts to impede legitimate government functions, and as a conspiracy crime, the statute of limitations starts anew for every member of the conspiracy with any act that furthers the conspiracy. Thus, for example, Clapper's 2023 false statements to Congress could, in theory, make all 3 men prosecutable, his false statements about the use of the dossier. Interesting. And frankly, I would take Rubenfeld's point about a conspiracy charge against those 3, again, perspective, possibly, and say, well, then it could also include any actions taken by President Obama after having left office that would fold him in to this conspiracy, alleged, and potentially expose him to criminal prosecution as well. Maybe. As I said yesterday, with John Ratcliffe saying there's more to come, the declassification of the annex to the Durham report, let's let it breathe. Let the information come out. Let's pour over it, discuss it, and see what we have. And I assume that's what Bondi and her strike force is doing at present. For more on this and other topics, please be joined by Professor Richard Epstein, James Parker Hall, Distinguished Service Professor Emeritus of Law and Senior Lecturer at the University of Chicago. Professor Epstein, thanks for joining us. Appreciate it.
Oh, it's always a pleasure to join you on these happy topics.
Yes, well, are you aligned with the argument, at least as I've characterized it, that Professor Rubenfeld lays out?
Generally, I think you have to be. I mean, you were sufficiently iffy and indecisive, which shows that you're not rushing to judgment. And normally I would regard that as a criticism, but in this case, I mean it as a compliment.
Okay.
I'm going to start with my basic presumption, which goes from the beginning. I do not like criminal prosecutions of any public figures, particularly present and former presidents. I thought what was done to Donald Trump in the interim years warped his personality and was by and large completely frivolous. This stuff, unfortunately, is much more serious in terms of the way in which these things are going. These guys did say all sorts of terrible things. They did influence the outcome of the election and so forth. They denounced as hoaxes things that turned out to be true. They pushed connections to Russia and our friend Trump, which are false and so forth. So what's happening is, let's put it this way, if you ask whether or not I think when the evidence comes out in the full, you can make out all of the elements of these various kinds of conspiracies to defraud the public and so forth, I think the answer is you probably can. I think the question that's behind what you're asking me is it prudent to let sleeping dogs lie under these circumstances, or do we want to have a vengeful getting even with them with the huge publicity that's going to entail? There is no question if you decide not to prosecute these things, there are going to be many people saying these guys escape and get away from the law, and that is indeed going to be the case. But one of the things to remember is that stuff will fade with the next tragedy. If you start prosecuting these characters, it's going to be a repeat of the Mueller situation. You'll have 22 years, all sorts of preliminary notions of one kind or another, constantly be in the news. It will be a distraction from everything else. And it's not at all sure that the body politic will benefit from this. The other thing to do is to simply have social sanctions against them. Mr. Obama, well, I've sued with respect to the presidential center. That is suit has gone up in flames, but the presidential center is still not being built. He's taken real reputational hits, I think, recently, and probably deservedly so. But I don't know whether or not that adds up to a criminal charge. So let me put it this way. I'm sitting on a fence like this. My presumption is it would take me more than proof that the case is made. I want to have very solid proof of a very serious conspiracy before I'd want to push the criminal lever. I'm by and large against all of these things because what happens is every time you push a criminal level, you distort the current operation of politics in a completely destructive way. And I think that's a very hard price to pay. And sometimes it's better to let crimes go than it is to try to take care of them and mess up the current situation even more than it would otherwise be.
But the problem becomes, and I know you've anticipated this, but I want to get your reaction to it. The problem becomes, of course, is that you're unilaterally disarming because we know from previous track record what the other side will do, the cases you just mentioned against Trump. And if you let them off the hook for crimes you believe they committed and you have substantial evidence enough to, bring the case to court because you think you could get a conviction and you pass on it sort of in the interest of political comity among the body politic, then you just encourage them to continue doing it and you end up in the same place.
You're absolutely right. I mean, essentially what you're saying is if you don't prosecute them, you're playing defense 100% of the time. You'll win 80 or 85% of the time, and they'll launch some very bad blows. I'm not ignoring that when it comes to this kind of calculation. So essentially what it is which kind of miserable error is worse than the other. That's the hard problem that we have. And so the reason you're waiting, now I'm going to psychoanalyze you just for a little bit. The reason you're waiting on this is because if the evidence is kind of ho-hum, you would basically get off the thing and basically to make it a political battle. But if it turns out it's overwhelmingly positive that these guys did it, then you would favor prosecution.
Wait. I mean, I favor.
You're not wrong.
Well, no, but even if you could make out a conspiracy charge, I think the circumstantial evidence we already have is strong for perjury charges against all three of those guys, and I think they should be prosecuted for perjury, even though I understand those are tricky prosecutions.
Yeah, you may be right. I haven't looked at the record closely enough, but again, I'm going to simply recast your statement in a position that I find more comfortable. If it's a closed case, I don't want to have the criminal prosecution. If it's an open and shut case, then in fact, I don't think I could oppose the prosecution, even if I would not leave it. My fear in this particular case is those guys have been wrong so many times in so many ways that my guess is, certainly with respect to Brennan and Clapper, is that the charges and the evidence are going to be very, very strong. Weren't they involved in the debunking of the Hunter Biden laptop?
Yes.
It was all a Russian. I mean, that's just inexcusable. And, some of these statements are coming out very close before an election are taking place. So, I mean, let me put it this way. I'm the puck, you're the stick, and we're on ice. So you can push me around a great deal. I don't mean this as an evasion.
No, I get it. Well, I mean,
but I mean, look, I think the evidence, my guess is that where there's smoke, there's fire, and where there's fire, it's probably a big fire. Mm-hmm. And so if the evidence comes out at the level that one thinks, the test that I would use is if you were a Democrat and you saw this evidence, would you oppose the prosecution? If the answers to that question were no, then I'd go ahead of it. If the Democrats wanted to sort of rally on this thing, I would do it. But remember, the Democrats are now known as the party on the wrong side of every 80-20 split that we have. They're always taking the wrong position on everything, and I don't put it past them to do that. So one of the things that you say whenever you say something is a test. It's a test that's often right and often wrong. You hope it's more often right than wrong. And so there's nothing, as it were, that's conclusive on this sort of thing. And so I think it's premature to do it now because the other thing you don't want to do is to bring a prosecution now on relatively shaky grounds when if you'd waited another 6 months, the case would have been much stronger.
Well, right.
The other thing I
don't think you have to rush it. I mean, we heard from the CIA director over the weekend that there's more to come. So, I mean, yes, I think you put together as much information you get your hands on to assess the strongest case you have. Sure.
Okay. So now I'm going to ask you the same question I'm going to ask myself, just talking about this. Okay, you prosecute. Do you settle? And then the next question is going to be, for what? Fine? Nobody's going to be impressed.
No.
Jail time? How much? My guess is you probably, if you're going to prosecute this case, they have to go to jail. Do you disagree with that?
No. I don't, and I wouldn't be inclined to plea bargain with those three. No,
I would be inclined to plea bargain over the length of the sentence.
Yes, over the length of the sentence, sure.
But I would not be inclined to plea bargain to say essentially time served and want you to do some community service.
No,
this stuff is really extremely serious. Let's just put it in the. Now I'm going to take the other side again against myself or for myself. Is what they were doing was trying to upset an election with immense consequences for the entire state of the free world, and to take a bunch of people and to defame them in a really terrible kind of way, and to do so with the notion that they are so imbued with all the wisdom about the way in which the world ought to operate that they can negate the votes of 80 or 100 million people because they have better information about what we ought to do. My definition of hubris puts those two guys in hubris number one category.
Yes. And because of their hubris, I'd like to see, they're just, and the as I've said, the way they use moral indignation to cover moral turpitude. I'm talking specifically about Comey and Brennan. I want to see them in something approximating Shawshank.
Oh, my God. That's a long time. Are you going to let them dig themselves out?
No, I'm not.
I don't think so.
No.
Look, you're not talking nonsense, I'm happy to say.
Thank you.
And in fact, you may be right. But as I'm saying, in effect, look, I'm not a criminal prosecutor. I'm not a criminal lawyer. But I spend enough time around those kinds of people that I realize that in the criminal law, some of the most difficult questions are not whether or not you prosecute, but for what offense and for what level of punishment. And there's a lot of play in the joints on that. But I think if what you said is correct, and I believe it is, then it's going to be a case where these guys are involved in active subversion of basically the public offices of the United States. Criminal prosecutions are going to be in order. I wish it were done by somebody other than the Trump administration. The reason is that there's so much vengeance in Donald Trump that you don't get a clear view of this being done only for the criminal side. And Ms. Bondi is too closely identified with the president. So here's another suggestion. I don't think you want to have an independent prosecutor. Those become very dangerous. But I think before you went ahead with the prosecution, you'd like to send this around to a lot of people in the office and get their written opinions, find out what they say, and then get together so that you can make a collaborative judgment. Let me put it to you in a slightly different fashion. The president and his attorney general are sufficiently suspect themselves that it would be very unwise for them to make this as a unilateral decision without getting some intellectual backup. And that would include getting all sorts of things by people writing in the press one way or another.
I think
Blumenfeld is a very strange character. He's on every side of every issue, which I treat in this case as a compliment.
Yeah, no, I think that's smart. I think that's sound advice. I hope they do that. Professor Richard Epstein, James Parker Hall, Distinguished Service Professor Emeritus of Law and Senior Lecturer at the University of Chicago. Professor Epstein, thanks so much.
It's always a pleasure to be with you. Bye-bye.
Bye now. And Professor Epstein joined us on the Turnkey.Pro answer line.
The stories you need to know to start your day. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
A large retail store just canceled a huge order, leaving MyPillow with a ton of extra MyPillows. But you know what? That's their loss and your gain. MyPillow is offering the Classic Collection for wholesale prices. Only $19.98 for a standard MyPillow. But it gets even better. For a limited time, they're going to offer the entire Classic Collection at wholesale prices. Get queen-size MyPillows for just $24.98. Upgrade to king-size for only $29.98. Get the body pillows for $39.98. And the multi-use MyPillows for only $12.98. So go to MyPillow.com and use promo code LIBERTY or call 800-489-0201 to take advantage of wholesale pricing and receive $100 in free digital gifts when your order is $75 or more. That's right. Get the standard MyPillow for only $19.98. So go to MyPillow.com or call 800-489-0201 and use promo code LIBERTY. That number again is 800-489-0201. Promo code LIBERTY.
This is an urgent message for investors over the age of 50. Silver is on the verge of making history. This is an opportunity you can't miss. We're Advantage Gold, the #1 rated precious metals company in America, and we've helped thousands of investors move their IRA, 401k, or retirement account into physical gold and silver safely and securely. Call 800-900-8000 now and get our free 2025 Silver Investor Report and learn why now could be the best time to own physical silver. In this eye-opening guide, we reveal why silver is surging and could make new all-time highs, how to protect your retirement from inflation and market chaos, and the little-known IRS loophole that lets you own gold, silver, and even platinum, 100% tax and penalty-free. Plus, you'll learn how to get up to $10,000 in free silver with a qualifying purchase. But don't wait for this opportunity to pass you by. Call us now and learn how to own physical silver today the smart way. Call 800-900-8000 now. That's 800-900-8000. Or visit us at AdvantageGold.com. Past performance may vary. Consult your financial or tax advisor. Call us at 800-900-8000.
Hey, it's Sean Thompson here for Level 10 Coating. You've been hearing the ads on AM 560 for months. Listeners love the product. Shiny new garage floors. And here's the thing. If you grow up in Chicago, you know a garage isn't just for parking cars. It's a sanctuary for yourself. Sometimes you could throw a kid's party there. Sometimes you can watch a game with your friends. But it doesn't have to be a cracked, dry, ugly cement floor with all dust on it. It can be a product you love. That's what Level 10 Coating delivers. Level 10 Coatings makes it someplace you'll want to be all the time. Level 10 Coatings, you can call now for a free quote at 855-510-2628. The number again, 855-510-2628. It's not just garage floors either. It's anywhere you want to make the cement feel more than cement at level10coatings.com. That's level, the number 10, coatings.com.
Big or small, we coat them all. Level 10 Coatings, your custom concrete coating solution.
Experience a luxurious summer when you visit Trump International Hotel and Towers, Chicago, a Forbes Travel Guide 5-star hotel. Take in stunning views of the Chicago skyline from the heart of the city, steps away from the iconic Magnificent Mile and the revitalized Riverwalk. Treat yourself to exquisite dining at Terra 16 Restaurant and Rebar Lounge, overlooking the Chicago River and Lake Michigan. Catch the Navy Pier fireworks display from Terra 16's patio on Wednesdays and Saturdays all summer long. Relax in immaculately designed suites that offer the utmost level of comfort. Refresh in the state-of-the-art spa featuring a 75-foot swimming pool, steam and sauna rooms, relaxation lounge, and more. The Trump Hotel Chicago offers sophistication and elegance to downtown Chicago and is a convenient travel destination for your summer getaway. Simply visit Trump Chicago online to make your reservations today and search offers to find the never settle summer stay. Book today.
AM 560, The Answer.
Top of the morning, Dan Proft here. Text from 847 talking about the shooter that murdered those 4 people in Midtown Manhattan yesterday. And the CNN reporting about perhaps the motive for the shooting, that he had a beef with the NFL over CTE, that he played youth football, and there was a suicide note that made representations to those ends. Text from 847. CNN also reported that he was a white male. Yeah, that's true. They did, and he clearly is not. So that's why I said, according to CNN, we'll need to confirm all of this. We'll need to make sure this checks out. I'm not taking anything CNN reports at face value. Fair point. All right, coming up at 8:38 is Sydney Sweeney, the new Nazi pinup girl. 8:38. Now we check the headlines.
Good morning from Chicago's 560 AM The Answer newsroom. I'm Bob Stevenson. Chicago said goodbye to a legend yesterday.
Hall of Fame second baseman Ryne Sandberg died Monday after a battle with cancer. Traded to the Cubs from the Phillies after just one major league hit, Sandberg went on to collect 2,385 more with the Northsiders. He was a 10-time All-Star, 9-time Gold Glove winner. He was the 1984 National League Most Valuable Player, and when he retired in 1997, he held the record for home runs by a second baseman with 277. Ryne Sandberg was 65 years old. I'm Tim McMaster, Fox News.
A 38-year-old man is facing hate crime charges for spray painting racist and anti-Semitic graffiti across Little Village. One of his targets included a local Latino community center. He'll be appearing in court today. This news is a service of AlmostFreeTeeth.com. Have you been getting high quotes for dental implants? With medical PPO insurance, it's possible to save 90% off on average. See if you qualify today at AlmostFreeTeeth.com. Making smiles great again. A check of the roads coming up in 2 minutes on AM 560, The Answer.
If you've ever wanted to meet Larry Elder, Hugh Hewitt, Mike Gallagher, or Charlie Kirk, now's your chance. It's AM 560's Terrific Talkers VIP Experience Contest. Enter today for a chance to meet your favorite host and sit in on a live broadcast. The grand prize includes airfare and 3 nights of accommodations. Don't miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Enter today at 560theanswer.com/VIP. That's 560theanswer.com/VIP.
Your manufacturing production is only as good as your manufacturing team.
Monarch makes you better, plain and simple. They do an excellent job at recruiting the right people, qualified, experienced top talent that improve productivity.
Monarch Technical Services has been leading the Chicago staffing industry for manufacturing and engineering since 1987.
Their vetting process is bang on, and their payment terms show just how dedicated to helping they are. You have 6 months to pay the finder's fee, and if for any reason the candidate leaves, the fee ends. Simple.
Monarch's payment terms allow you to make sure employees fit in before fees are paid in full. It's a working partnership that works.
If you're growing your manufacturing team, trust me, call Monarch Technical Services.
Monarch meets every candidate in person to interview and test for specific skills and assesses experience by using Blueprint, Shop Math, Part Measurement, and CNC program exams. Call 847-342-1221. That's 847-342-1221. Or visit monarchtechnical.com.
Hey, Dan Proft here. If you're dealing with chronic joint pain like my father, stop what you're doing and listen up. I recommend you call my friends at QC Kinetics Non-Surgical Regenerative Treatment. Schedule a free consultation. They're going to help you with your knee pain, hip pain, back pain, help you feel better, move better, and live better. They use treatments that work with your body to help restore and repair damaged joint tissue. Natural cellular therapies. No scalpels, no pills. Just long-term relief with no dreaded recovery. So many radio listeners are seeing great results, and you will too. It's time to call and schedule your free consultation with Dr. Caravelli and the medical pros at QC Kinetics. There are thousands of patients who will tell you they wish they would have done it sooner. Bring your x-rays and MRIs for a free, no-pressure chat and thorough evaluation to see if you're a good candidate. Grab your phone and call 312-809-5955. Again, 312-809-5955. That number, 312-809-5955. And tell them Dan Proft sent you when you call.
This hourly segment is brought to you by In the Know with Craig Bolanos, powered by VestGen Wealth Partners. Sunday morning at 10 on AM 560, The Answer.
Taking a look at your drive in the Team Hochberg Traffic Center with traffic, a service of Audible. On the Edens inbound Lake Cook to Montrose, 15 minutes. A 19-minute ride on the Edens outbound Montrose to Lake Cook, and on the Kennedy inbound O'Hare to Byrne Interchange, 55 minutes. A 46-minute ride on the Kennedy outbound Byrne Interchange to O'Hare. On the Eisenhower inbound Jane Addams to the Old Post Office, you're looking at a 54-minute ride. 50 minutes Eisenhower outbound Old Post Office to Jane Addams. On the Stevenson inbound 355 to Lakeshore Drive, 42 minutes. On the Stevenson outbound, you're looking at 34 minutes Lakeshore Drive to 355. On the Dan Ryan inbound 95th to the Byrne Interchange, and an 11-minute travel time. If you're stuck in traffic, why not unleash your adventurous side? Audible delivers thrills of all kinds with gripping audiobooks, captivating originals, and hotly anticipated new releases. Start listening free when you sign up for a 30-day trial at audible.com. I'm KT. Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Now here's the latest forecast from QC Kinetics.
Today, expect a heavy morning thunderstorm, then turning hot with clouds clearing for some sun. Be cautious as storms may cause flash flooding and strong winds. The high will reach 93. Tonight, anticipate partly cloudy skies with warmth and humidity along with scattered thunderstorms. The low will be 73. I'm meteorologist Jason Caterina on AM 560, The Answer.
Get the latest weather, traffic, and news updates online at 560theanswer.com. Now, from the Signature Bank Studios. If you're looking for the latest news, insight into what it means, and the sharpest opinion, there's only one station in Chicago where you can turn, and it's this one. We're AM 560, The Answer.
Top of the morning, Dan Proft here, and there is a cultural emergency that has drawn all of the unattractive keyboard Nazi hunters on the eastern seaboard And throughout the Fruited Plains, really, probably you'll hear some of what you're about to hear at the Starbucks in Hinsdale, the Egg Harbor Cafe in Elmhurst. I'm sure you're going to hear about this. Red alert for all the Rothfuls out there. Sydney Sweeney, she's an actress. She's in that White Lotus show, right? That's where she's gained some popularity. I think she was in Handmaid's Tale as well, ironically. She has done a jeans ad for American Eagle and has drawn out the Rothfuls from their scream sojourns in the forest to social media to condemn, to express their outrage, to call out this fascist propaganda. What is the ad? Well, here it is.
Did American Eagle just run an ad for eugenics?
Jeans are passed down.
Okay. Oh, it is here. You get this little commentary, and then the ad is there. So just okay.
Did American Eagle just run an ad for eugenics?
Genes are passed down from parents to offspring, often determining traits like hair color, personality, and even eye color. My genes are blue.
Sydney Sweeney has great genes.
Sydney Sweeney has great genes. This is obviously a tribute to eugenics, Dr. Mengele style. The subtlety is not lost on all of these Rothfuls.
American Eagle using fashion as a way to influence young middle American women ages 15 to 25 because that's their demographic. In their prime reproductive years to focus on purity and passing down the correct genes. And they thought it was a cute double entendre, but it wasn't. And don't think this was an accident. This was very intentional, and it would not have mattered one bit if a person of color was in the room because this message was not intended for us. Oh, and it landed for its intended market. Fashion companies use ads to send out very alarming messages. This isn't the first time, and it won't be the last.
Should we be surprised that a company whose name is literally American Eagle is making fascist propaganda like this? Probably not, but it's still really shocking. Like, a blonde-haired, blue-eyed white woman is talking about her good genes. Like, that is Nazi propaganda.
Nazi pinup girl, Sydney Sweeney, 312-642-5600, turnkey.pro, answer line, and text line. The message is unmistakable, isn't it? I mean, although it actually was eerily reminiscent to me of the Brooke Shields Calvin Klein ad. Remember when she's the "Nothing gets between me and my Calvin Kleins," you know, when she was young hot thing back in the day. Well, so this is sort of a reprisal of that with like the, you know, I've got good genes, I'm attractive, and then they play that little. But no, that's the sort of innocent reading a Nazi sympathizer like me, you know, a hetero. Honky male would offer. I mean, the coverage is really, sort of expected. The Bezos Post, how American Eagle's Sydney Sweeney good genes ad went wrong. Salon.com, Sydney Sweeney's new campaign draws fire for racial overtones. Sydney Sweeney fronts ad campaign for genes, sparks debate about eugenics. Newsweek, NBC News. American Eagle sparks backlash for touting Sydney Sweeney's great genes. Honestly.
Totally just talking about denim, right? Just a blonde-haired, blue-eyed woman explaining how her good genes gave her personality and purity. I mean, are we really going to pretend that this isn't a little fashy-coded? Look, I'm not saying that Sydney Sweeney personally wrote this ad to revive the Third Reich, but American Eagle absolutely knew what they were doing here. You don't get to drop lines about inherited traits, blue eyes, and great genes while zooming in on somebody that could have walked straight off of a Nazi propaganda poster and expect people not to catch that reference. Good genes used to mean racial purity in fascist circles, and now it's just denim marketing. We are watching fascist aesthetics sneak back into pop culture through fashion ads, trad wife influencers, and yes, now blue jeans. If you think this was an innocent ad, you have not been paying attention.
There it is, 312-642-5600, turnkey.pro, answer line. When did everybody on the left become Keith Olbermann? Right? There's a fascist, a Nazi sympathizer, collaborator behind every light post. Secret messages in American Eagle ads for jeans featuring a good-looking young woman. That's really revolutionary. I mean, I suppose there was this period in time where attractive young women in particular were being sidelined because you're supposed to, because I don't know, having Sydney Sweeney talk about her good genes would also, if it wasn't subliminal Nazi propaganda, then it would be body shaming because, we need swimsuit editions of Sports Illustrated with dudes and 400-pound women, and everybody needs to be body positive, and so there's no swimsuit competition and beauty pageants and so on and so forth because it's objectification. I mean, all of this stuff that has been rolling around and then got all rolled up in a ball together over the last half a dozen years. And some of it is being unrolled, and all of these unattractive, man-hating shrews on social media, married to male impersonators, are not happy with it. Meanwhile, this is interesting. Meanwhile, Gwyneth Paltrow is getting a pass. Have you seen this? Gwyneth Paltrow is a temporary spokesman for Astronomer. So Astronomer hired Ryan Reynolds' marketing firm, which I guess he founded to help market his products, like his vodka and stuff. And he hired Gwyneth Paltrow to be a temporary spokesman for Astronomer after the Coldplay concert fallout. The CEO resigned, then the HR director he apparently was having a tryst with resigned, and so on and so forth. And this is their damage control. This is their damage control ad. Gwyneth Paltrow takes questions from the public about what happened, and the questions you'll hear her answer because the questions just appear on screen. You don't hear the audio. The question she answers, number one, oh my God, what the actual F? Number one. Number two, how is your social media team holding up?
Thank you for your interest in Astronomer. Hi, I'm Gwyneth Paltrow. I've been hired on a very temporary basis to speak on behalf of the 300-plus employees at Astronomer. Astronomer has gotten a lot of questions over the last few days, and they wanted me to answer the most common ones. Yes, Astronomer is the best place to run Apache Airflow, unifying the experience of running data, ML, and AI pipelines at scale. We've been thrilled so many people have a newfound interest in data workflow automation. As for the other questions we've received, yes, there is still room available at our Beyond Analytics event in September. We will now be returning to what we do best, delivering game-changing results for our customers. Thank you for your interest in Astronomer.
I guess that's supposed to be a humorous cell phone kind of take on it, and now we move on. And of course, the irony, and I'm sure the choice of Gwyneth Paltrow by Ryan Reynolds, because she's Chris Martin's ex-wife, the lead singer of Coldplay, who called out the couple when they were on the kiss cam. Okay, but anyway, that is now faded into the background because we've got to deal with Sydney Sweeney and her jeans. Text from 847. This is Adolf from Berlin. Just bought 100 pairs of those jeans. Yes, but that's MC. Exactly as those women described. It's happening. Tom on the road. You're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Hey, good morning. Is this another reason why Dan Proft is single?
Yeah, well, not the Sydney Sweeney piece, but the reactions. Yeah, could be. Thanks for the call, Tom. The other Tom in Blue Island.
Hey, Dan. Good morning. Hey, Sydney Sweeney's also now a new spokesperson for Dunkin' Donuts, and they raised the price of her coffee 10 cents, which I thought might have been because they had to pay Sydney Sweeney. But I'm thinking from now on, I'm just going to order my coffee black instead of cream and sugar, so I can be, not deemed a racist for liking to look at her picture as if you're buying your overpriced coffee.
Overpriced coffee is at Starbucks. I think Dunkin' Donuts, in the grand scheme of things. Text from 773. Oh, yeah. Remember the Balenciaga ads promoting Satanism? Good times. Yeah. That didn't really offend the sensibilities of the Roffles, all those keyboard Chardonnay Antifa types. But this, Satanism geared towards kids and using kids, or, they think they were kids or they were sort of androgynous teenagers promoting Satan. That's no problem. This, I love the woman who said, I'm not saying that Sydney Sweeney is, the rise of the Reich. What a generous concession. I'm not saying that she's a Nazi. She's just a tool for the Nazis. Sure. Will and Skokie.
Hey, this just proves that, the left is trying to grab the language. If people don't know the difference between jeans with a G and jeans with a J, then they deserve to have Democrats represent them. It's like the old Calvin Klein ads with who was that? The girl,
Brooke Shields. I mentioned her.
Nothing comes between me and my Calvins. Yeah. It's all double entendre sex to sell stuff.
Of course.
Anyway, so remember, genes with a G is the chromosomes. Genes with a J is those beautiful things that are on her gams. Have a good one.
Thanks for the tutorial there, Will. Right. And actually, we do talk about good genes in other respects that are not sexual. Like you talk about, the son of a great athlete who's also a great athlete, like good, mom and dad are both D1 athletes and the kid's a great athlete. He has good genes, right? Do we really have to explain this? But apparently we do to, some significant percentage of suburban Herodins. Frank in West Dundee.
So the Babylon Bee ran an article a couple days ago on this. So here's the headline. Wokeness defeated. America returns to Christian roots of objectifying women to sell crap. Let me read you one more.
Pretty good.
Yeah. Conservatives across the country cheered the death of wokeness as America finally returned to its Christian roots of objectifying women's bodies to sell stuff. So check it out.
Thanks for the call, Frank. Yeah, I can take the passive aggressive critique. Yeah, beautiful women sell products. This just in. And by the way, who all these companies? You think they're run by conservatives? Of course not. All the fashion houses, Hollywood, they're run by conservatives. They don't use attractive people to move their merchandise. Come on. It's just so absurd, isn't it? Matt, Southside.
Hey, good morning, Dan. Speaking of Gwyneth Paltrow, remember she had that scented candle?
Yes.
Are we going to have to wait for the Dylan Mulvaney scent?
Oh, man. I wish you hadn't gone there. Yes, the very special scented candle from Gwyneth Paltrow. Jordan in Antioch.
Yeah, good morning. I don't know if you covered this because I had to jump out of the truck, but yesterday I was listening to a couple of the shows and they were talking about the Sydney Sweeney deal, and one of these major leftist influencers, I don't even know because obviously I don't follow them. She was on there just ranting and raving about Sydney Sweeney and body shaming and women and feminists and Nazis and all this other crap. But then when you look at her profile, which I say she liberally, she identifies as a he, him, and a goth daddy. I don't even know what the hell that is. But once you identify as I get the he, him because you're confused. But once you identify as God Daddy, you forfeit any right to comment on anything sane, anything rational, anything current. These are the people that are doing this. So it's laughable. It's hilarious. And like the one caller pointed out, when you don't know the difference between a G and a J, that says a lot about your character and your intelligence level. It's amazing what they will find to gripe about. But it's great humor for me, so I hope they keep on doing it. So thanks, guys. Have a good day, Dan.
Thanks, Jordan. Philip in Portage Park.
Good morning. I just want to remind everyone, it wasn't that long ago that believing ads were directly speaking to you in code was recognized as paranoid schizophrenia. Building off of that, though, I think it's very ironic that many leftists don't recognize this with how many psychology degrees they have.
Thanks for the call, Philip. George in Naperville.
Yes, Dan, I think it's time for Joe Namath to come back and do a commercial where he shaves his legs on TV.
Yeah, he and Dylan Mulvaney.
The more you listen, the more you'll know. This is Chicago's Morning Answer. Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Hey, this is Sean Thompson. You know, there's an old joke about Uncle Sam's tax short form. The first line says, "How much did you make?" The next line says, "Send it in." Sadly, that's not funny at all for honest people who pay taxes. But that's exactly what a lot of people do in their retirement. They take money out of their 401k and their IRA, and they send it into the IRS. Tom Fortino of Alpha Wealth Group believes there's a better plan for your retirement than Uncle Sam's plan of send it in. What if your current plan includes thousands of dollars in unnecessary taxes and fees? What if you're headed for higher Medicare payments, lower Social Security checks? What if the savings you may realize allows you to retire even earlier? Wouldn't you want to know all of that right now? Call Tom Fortino and the team at Alpha Wealth Group and find out today. Call 630-864-6711. The number again, 630-864-6711. You can also visit alphawealthgroup.com to schedule your no-obligation consultation.
Are you turning 65 and thinking about Medicare? Or are you over 65 and haven't enrolled yet because you still have coverage at work? Either way, Medicare done correctly will be the best health insurance you will ever have. Imagine having an annual deductible of only $257. There are only two good things about aging, wisdom and Medicare. But to navigate the Medicare maze properly, you need a mentor. Best part? My guidance costs you nothing. Call me. I can help.
If you're tired of calling a bureaucrat at an 800 number to help you navigate Medicare, then you need a local expert on your side. Your own health insurance mentor. C. Stephen Tucker from healthinsurancementors.com is someone I know and trust. He's a 30-year licensed broker who's been educating our listeners for more than a decade. Steve, how can our listeners get in touch with you?
Thanks, Dan. They can visit healthinsurancementors.com or call me directly at 630-674-1551. That's 630-674-1551.
Bad decisions limit future options. Make enough bad decisions and you'll destroy your life. Listen to The Flot Line with Rick Hughes this Sunday morning at 7. The Flot Line describes a main line of resistance in your soul built on God's Word. Listen this Sunday for inspiration, motivation, education, all without manipulation. That's The Flot Line with Rick Hughes this Sunday morning at 7 on AM 560. The Answer. AM 560. The Answer.
Top of the morning, Dan Proft here. I did want to just get to some of the fallout from that fight that happened over the weekend in Cincinnati, where frankly a mob of people, this is a jazz festival downtown Cincinnati, a mob of people beat up a middle-aged dude and a middle-aged woman. I don't know if it was his wife or not. And the woman got knocked out from a sucker punch from a man. And unfortunately, there's a racial component to this because it was mostly black assailants and two white victims. I don't know how the fight started. Neither does J.D. Vance, but he offered this commentary on it.
And I haven't seen the full context, but what I saw is a mob of lawless thugs beating up on an innocent person, and it's disgusting. And I hope every single one of those people who engage in violence is prosecuted to the full extent of the law. And they will be. They will be so long as law enforcement in the state of Ohio takes their job seriously. I know Dave Yost cares a lot about these things. But yeah, I actually, you're right. Bernie did send me a clip of this, and we talked a little bit about it. I don't know the full context. I don't know how the fight started. But the one part that I saw that was really gruesome is you had a grown man who sucker punched a middle-aged woman. And where I come from, at least, when you have a grown man who sucker punches a middle-aged woman, that person ought to go to jail for a very long time. And frankly, he's lucky there weren't some better people around, because they would have handled it themselves. But if they're not going to handle it, the cops in Cincinnati, the law enforcement, you've got to prosecute people. We've had way too much lawlessness on the streets of great American cities.
That's right. And unfortunately, the leadership in Cincinnati sounds very much like the leadership in Chicago, political leadership, that is, when it comes to matters like these. Here is Cincinnati Vice Mayor Jan Michelle Lemon Kearney on the incident.
But the conversation turns to this one incident, adults fighting at 3 a.m. This is not who we are.
One incident of adults fighting. That's not what I'm reading about the situation in Cincinnati. The FOP president there, the violence this video shows downtown is disgusting. What's equally disgusting is those who chose to watch and record instead of calling 911, attempting to defuse the situation or render aid. It will be the responsibility of the court system to hold these violent thugs accountable. Yeah. So police are saying one thing, and they're also saying one thing about the number, the frequency of incidents like these, and the city is saying something very different. We're used to that. Vivek Ramaswamy, he's run for governor of Ohio, don't you know? He said he spoke to the woman who was knocked unconscious that I described by a sucker punch from a dude. He said, she's a single working mom who went to a friend's birthday party. It's unconscionable there were no police present in that area of Cincinnati on a Friday night, or even an ambulance to take her to the hospital. Hardworking Americans shouldn't have to worry for their safety when they have a good time in our cities. Holly, the woman, said not a single local or state official had yet reached out to her as early as this afternoon, other than one police detective. So we'll continue to follow this story as information becomes available, like the other incidents of urban violence. But for now, that's a wrap. Thanks for joining us on today's installment of Chicago's Morning Answer. We do appreciate it. It is now 9 a.m. on AM 560 WIND Chicago.
He had 2 children, and his wife is pregnant. I'm Dave Anthony, Fox News. The New York City police officer killed in last night's shooting spree in an office building where he was...